That's probably the best. Well, hello, everybody. Here we are, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve. About to tip over into 2024. Get a brand new slate to make a whole bunch of new mistakes, hopefully avoid the old mistakes, find new areas to succeed in, and hopefully tread the ground that we're confident and able to navigate well. All those things are what I hope we find in the new year. I hope the world gets better. I mean, it's hey, Anson, thanks for showing up. Things have been pretty dark this year, I think. Two wars that either could immediately break out outside the. Yeah, Sylv, you're always the optimist. Oh God, yeah. There's been some really good things. I continue to find, this is just me. I don't want to dwell on the negative, so I'm gonna greedily focus on myself for a bit here. I think I had a pretty good year. We finished off the third arc of Second Coming. I got the scripts for the first two issues, and I'm awaiting rewrites before diving into layouts for that this month. Next month, January. Next year, even. I continued doing The Witches. Hey, Brendan. The Taint of Time. There we go. The Coven book being a really, really lovely success is great. I'm awaiting the sheets. We chose paper a few weeks back, so I guess those tip-in sheets should be coming my way sometime soon. I'm going to reach out to them after the holiday. Probably reach out to them, the Zoo people in the second, see how that's going. What else? I started working on the comics that are going to be in the Witch book next year. It's not going to stop me from drawing witches, as you can see. I'm still going to do some witch art separate from the book. There's witch pieces that didn't sell last campaign. So when we do the next campaign, I'm going to swing them around and make them available for you guys if you're interested, or to new people. I'm almost done recoloring all the pieces for the Midnight Harvest book. So that's going to include both the first two Inktovers I did. Instead of just collecting the one batch of witches, the book's so late, I'm including both sets. So that's going to be a good thing. Yeah, I'm working on Conan. Going slower because I'm just being stupidly precise and overthinking everything, but I'm very happy with the work I've done so far. I think they are too. I'm waiting feedback on the layouts for the prose novel I've done. I'm going to be doing 7 illustrations for. No, sorry, it's 6 full-page illustrations, 2 half-page. So yeah, it's 7, I think. I'm hoping that the film industry gets its ass in gear, and so my son can get back to work. Thank you. Yeah, I there will be more commissions. I didn't really do. I did a few at the start when I was streaming, when I was trying to fumble about, figure out what I would be drawing every Sunday night. I think we filled it up pretty good. I'm still open to the idea of doing more commissions on stream as time allows. It's too big a template. I get one of my circle templates for this earring because I think it's close enough to being side on that I can use this and a finer marker. That's 5. Give me the 1. Here we go. Oops, I just headbutted the camera. I'm also I'm looking into getting a different table set up for the camera. Instead of like I have a flex arm like those old Luxo lamps, and it's got a special mount to hold my webcam on it, and I'm pretty happy with that in terms of what it's able to do. But I've seen that there is a cage of sorts. It's essentially, imagine an upside down U over my table, and I would be able to put extra lamps to get better, brighter lighting, fuller lighting for the drawing, so you get a better picture of it. The camera will mount on a bracket directly above the artwork with an arm on it, so I can maneuver it around to get, because you won't, that way you can see the bottom of the page and everything. Yeah, and also reduce some of the clutter I have around here. I'll be less likely to headbutt it, I think, knock on wood. Yeah, more commissions. I mean, it's like I'm kind of half hoping after watching Godzilla -1 that someone goes, "Oh, give us a real hardcore Godzilla piece," and I'm like, "Ooh, yeah, I'd like to do that." I think I've only done one drawing of Godzilla in a sketchbook. I think it was a tiny little sketchbook, like years and years and years ago. So I'd like to do a real like Godzilla piece, like along the lines of like the Dark Sides and Dooms and other big, 11x17 villain pieces. I just realized I didn't put my glasses on. I'm drawing with the blur going. Where did I put them? Huh. Oh, I know. Because this is New Year's Eve, I'm spiking. I'm putting a little bit of rum in my usual Coke here, Coke Zero. So I think I wanted to refill the glass in my glass, the ice cubes in my glass before the stream started, and I think I left my glasses in the kitchen. So gonna have to take a quick run away in a few minutes once I get to something that I don't want to be guessing at the line precision. Let's see here. It's a Conan prose novel. I think it's actually collecting, because I read the manuscript. I should just wave the manuscript out, because it's like I printed it out myself because I hate working from like web documents. So it's like about that thick, spiral bound. It's a pretty fun Conan novel, and it's like I didn't realize it was like multiple, like reading based on the brief. It was like I go, what kind of wacky novel is this? It's going like everywhere with all these characters. There's like so many characters and so many locations. And then when I got tired of like trying to puzzle it on my desktop, I printed it out and I read the whole thing. And I kind of went, oh, it's 3 books by the same author. So it's a collection of 3 shorter Conan novels. But I'm doing all the illustrations for it. And some of them are a real banger. One of them, I'm trying to, I did the layouts already, but when I sent it out to the client, I said, are you sure you want me to be drawing this illustration? Because in the book, it's fine, but as soon as it becomes a literal illustration, it's Conan swinging a weapon you probably don't think Conan should be swinging. And I think the visual, I minimized the visual in my approach to the illustration. So like what he's doing, I don't want to spoil it. But my God, yeah, I think I'm tomorrow. I'm going to, because I don't think they'll be back in the office till Tuesday at the earliest. I think the holidays are officially over on the 2nd of I'm not talking about school kids, but I think for like adults, I think the 2nd is usually the first day people are back at work. I've been self-employed for so long, I can't remember any of that stuff. I'm also tempted to put some like stuff hanging off of this reindeer's horns, like some. I've already given them some earrings, which is cute. giving them like 3 earrings there. But I'm also tempted to like, do a little bit of string, something hanging down like a rune stone or something. That would be fun. But yeah, so there's going to be through February, I think there's going to be a ton of Conan stuff from me. And in fact, I'm hoping I get a response Tuesday, because I think these illustrations are due the 6th. And I can do them, but more time the week I'm able to give to these illustrations, the better. So the plan tonight is to finish this, so I can send it to my flatter, so I can color it, and this will be this year's Patreon backer print. So I got to send that out as soon as possible. In fact, I got to send a whole pile out. Get this eyeball. Should have kept a reference handy for this. I think I had a cover I was working on. I'm going to work it on again tonight. I had an ink accident on it, and to catch the ink, I grabbed a whole bunch of like printouts, and turned out to be the reference for this piece with the horse barding, I guess, and not barding, but basically saddle and stuff is from a horse. And there's like 3 different reindeer elks I've used for different parts of this, and I used them to catch the ink, because one of these fuckers, not this one, but one of these guys, for some reason, it just blooped out so much. It just kind of went boom. So I think the loader got stuck. It was one of the older Poscas of this size, so it probably got gummed up with some paint, and then it just went down the entirety of one side of the piece. I captured a bunch of the paint before it hit my floor and my legs and everything, but meant I had to restart inking it. So, but also means I end up throwing out all the reference I printed out for this piece. I think I also threw out all the reference for the piece I was inking too, because it was all right there. Oh well, I'll be working on that tonight. In fact, this is how much I got done in the restart for it. It's a cover for also a cover for the next issue of the Death Tally. So I'll be working on this. I probably won't be drawing this area here. Just like I probably won't finish in those 2 little blue dots there live. I'll save that for after. But yeah, so it's set in a church, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, and the 2 protagonists from the scene are, well, it's pretty obvious what they're doing. So I'll be working on that later. It's a collection of 3 shorter novels. You know what? Hang on a second. Let me go grab it from my bedroom where I was last reading it. Well, that's unfortunate. Wasn't exactly where I thought it was, so I don't want to spend a bunch of time creating dead air and run around trying to figure out where I probably just, after making notes with it, I probably just put it down somewhere and took my notes back here to the studio, and now I have to figure out where the hell I put it. Especially since I'm gonna come up with another drawing for it. But yeah, it's 3 shorter novels, each around like 120 to 170 pages, I think. And so I think it's going to be a nice, chunky 500-page book, 600-page book. Something we don't generally see with, could we call this franchise fantasy? Most franchise fantasy tends to be under 200 pages, at least in my experience. So when you get the big fat fantasy books, that's when you get like those, 600-700-page fantasy epics like George R.R. Martin's been threatening to give us for who knows how long now on the second last. All right. Just a whole bunch of thoughts came together today. Earlier, I posted that I'm reusing an old Dinotopia calendar because I couldn't find. There was a Frazetta calendar that was sold out on Prime, and the Frazetta Girls calendar. Honestly, I not to lean into the cheap aspect of what I do, but $40 plus $25 shipping to Canada for a calendar seems a little excessive. I mean, and it's just a standard calendar. Like in the States, the shippings would be a lot cheaper, of course. But I didn't want to spend that. So I was looking, it's like I couldn't find a Klimt calendar, couldn't find a Shayla calendar. I looked for a whole bunch of other artists who had calendars in the past, like Brahm, like stuff I'd like to have on my wall. And when nothing was showing up, I went, okay, you know what? What's the repeat year? Every 28 years. And I forget, I only remember the number now because I just looked it up earlier today. Every 28 years, we have an identical year. The days fall on the same dates. The length of the year is exactly the same. So your 28-year-old calendar is perfect for this year. And it turns out I actually had a 96 calendar in my collection. I don't know why I saved it other than I really like James Gurney's artwork. So it wasn't like I wasn't saving them back then with any idea of reusing it. But yeah, so I got the 1996 Dinotopia calendar. It's hanging up now. It's a day early, sue me. Trying to get the sense of that these antlers are over top of their hair here in the head. Yeah, so hopefully next year, I have a calendar for next year. Next year for 97, it's my old calendar is Lady Cottingham's Pressed Fairy book calendar. Some beautiful Brian Froud drawings that always give me a laugh. Problem with Joe calendars is like it's funny the first couple times you look at it. It's always funny for like whenever someone's visiting your studio and they see the calendar, go, "Oh, that's silly, that's funny," and then the joke just gets old, and then you have to wait a few weeks for a new joke to get that funny. But luckily, the Brian Froud drawings are so beautiful. Yeah, you don't end up being overburdened with that too much. It almost looks like a dog here. Making a snouts. Everything's going to be darker here in the snout. May not have drawn that. May have wanted to draw the ear out that way instead. It looked fine in pencil, but in the ink it's starting to get lost there. So might have to, grind that out and redo it. Or it might just work. The earring with a little highlight on it might pull it out a bit more. So as always, if any of you guys have any questions for me, feel free to ask. I will answer them to the best of my ability. If you need me to demonstrate something, you have a question about drawing or inking, you want me to go over like how I approach something, again, that's what I'm here for. Someone asked me in a private message earlier today, and I gave them an answer they didn't really like, but I figured some other people may want an answer to it too. In terms of cons I'm planning to do this year, so far I've only applied to Chicago because my son and I really want to make a trip to Chicago. And C2E2 is a great way for me to write off any sort of trip as well as, go there. But apart from that, I'm not looking forward to doing any conventions this year. I'd applied for TCAF, and again, they put me on. This is interesting. So apparently I was talking to someone who knew me, but because I didn't put enough of my current comics credits on my application for TCAF, which is Toronto Comics Art Festival, they just put me on the waiting list. Um, I mean, I guess that feels good. I mean, it's kind of like, oh, we didn't realize you were important enough to actually not waitlist you. But I don't like being waitlisted. If it stops me from making other plans for a tentative maybe. So whenever I'm waitlisted for something, I immediately pass. I let them know. There have been a few times where TCAF said, you're on the wait list, and then suddenly said, oh, you're on it, and I've already made other plans. So I couldn't go. So I understand. They're not the big moneymaker that, like, say, any of the Fan Expo or the Reed Pop shows are. Um, so I understand they have to be a little more tricky around this stuff. Oh, might end up rendering this near black, like the face, and let it fade down to the haunches and stuff. Like let it like I got all this extra fur here, so covering over the chest buckle. I don't know what they call it in a horse. I have friends who have horses, and I should ask them questions. But so I might go from like black in the muzzle, let that eye even pop more, just really render the hell out of this until it's like almost black with line work. And yeah, I think I can do that. Yeah, so I go from near black there, come down to chest, let some like light stuff filter up here from underneath, and everything else is that kind of like dark brown beige color that reindeer are. I think that'll work. Also making a nice, really dark shape against the background. I already had some ideas about the coloring where um, I might pastel everything down because it's a winter scene and just have the idea that there's a bit of fog. We've had a really foggy month here in Toronto, so fog's on my mind. So these solid blacks would be closer to like a bluish purple, and there like the flesh tones and everything will work. But then and then maybe have it like with some like intense sun coming through the sky, so you have beautiful golds and pinks and blues in the sky, and with the clouds going into the clouds, we're going to have like tree lines and mountains and stuff and snowfield, and then just have beautiful colors dominating instead of it being so black and white. Hope that was understandable. I am in Toronto. Yes, I am, Andy. Amy, sorry. Again, I still haven't grabbed my glasses. When I was looking for the script, I should have, or sorry, for the book, I should have made a detour, grabbed my glasses. I'll do that in a minute. I like, so yeah, so like after last Sunday, I immediately dived back into working on the Conan, and then all I did was a little bit more work on her hat and her hair, and yeah, so I could scan it and use it as the ad for today. Yeah, it's not been winter here yet. We're still waiting for winter to hit Toronto because we've had a few snowfalls. I got my snow tires on. I'm ready for that, but snow has been a no-show this year so far, which in my recent experience means that our winter is going to last longer. So instead of like a beautifully sunny late March, we're going to have a cold, dismal, might even be ice blocked March, which would not be pleasant. I like it when March is actually the arrival of spring. If his head goes that dark, I might actually even go darker with the horns too. Kind of like the idea of that. Using the one, let me grab the 3 for the bulk of this. The fur is getting thicker, then I can go with a thicker line. Almost giving him like a chest beard. There's goats that are like this, which is kind of like why I'm thinking that this might be the nice way to go about it. So there's a strap I wanted to get in there, a black strap. Who knows, maybe this breed of reindeer has goat blood in it, magically bred. Where are you, Amy? I mean, like the Maritimes, I know is drenched right now, and I think Quebec is being drenched right now. I do believe the prairie provinces are just covered in snow right now. That's my understanding of it. It could be wrong. Meaford, Ontario. All right, awesome. That's west of me, but not that much further north, I don't think. It's been ages since I've seen Meaford on the map. I think I've driven by it a few times. Is anyone here enjoying a wintry Christmas so far, or has everyone been denied snow? Assuming you normally have snow. Although I think it'd be more interesting if you're from a sunnier, more southern climate and you've gotten snow and we don't. I don't know, funny haha or just funny weird. So when I render hair, and this may not be the best way to do it, but it's the way I do it. I think of less about strands. It is a little dot in the map, but I've seen it on the map, and I think I've driven through it or near it in the past. What would be the nearest big city for that? For locating me for it? Oh, it's right by X type of thing. Yeah. So when I render hair, I think of it in masses. Um, so hang on, let me see if I have a pad handy. After the spill accident, everything went flying from one part of the studio to the next. So I could, oh, right here. Here we go. Not only is my pad right here, here's the Conan printout of the novel. Um, that's how thick it is. And it's printed on both sides. And you can see the indication where the illustrations are. So there's a nice art through it. There's one chunk that it's a little thick, I think, without an illustration. So when I give them an alternate to the one illustration I don't think I should draw, even though I did lay out for it, it'll actually break up the page nicely. Digressing on the hair bit, why I'm doing these weird chunky bits here. Let me demonstrate a piece of paper separate from the work. I'm going to use this. So if I'm drawing hair, you don't always have to start with the finest line of anything. So that you get a solid mass of what you think your hair would be. I should probably go in here. Just simple. So here I am, I'm drawing, everything is just solid, big solid areas of black, right? And I could start with that and then use white paint to add details. Put this button at the back of the head way too far back. But you can see just by adding the highlights there, it creates details that weren't there before. And then I could even go in with like finer pens after. The bun should really be up here. So I can render in some of the elements of the bun. So you can start with a really graphic area. I know some people who actually do all their work this crude and then they add details after. My hair dryer. Make a little noise with my hair dryer. So I can, the corner here. I haven't painted for about a month. So that's dry. I can go back in. And suddenly it's a lot more detailed than I put in there. I just did chisel drawing. So I do something similar where I just figure out what the darkest value is in hair. That's why I'm using the 3. So I'm thinking where the shadow areas of the hairs are going to be and how the light's going to hit it and where I'm going to pull highlights out of. And it's actually a good thing I'm not wearing my glasses because I squint. And when you're wearing glasses, you really can't get that out of focus squint very effectively. So I just get all these shapes and then I can go over top and just create a mid-range value that's going to make those darks darker because they're going over top of them. And I don't have to be too pretty with these lines because every little bit of texture will read visually like there's more hair there. And then when this is dry, I usually would let this dry for, the rest of the day of a working day or hit it with the hair dryer for a while. And then I'd go in and I'd pull out some strands that would be catching some light on top of that. And it'll create the effect like it already looks like hair, but it'll create the hair that create the effect that I drew a lot more detail than I really did. It's a pretty handy dandy trick, let me tell you. So I also want this hair to be becoming part of. Tempted to give him like a little bit more of a darker streak down the back here. Do that, I may actually make that darker going back to here. I mean, some animals are significantly darker on the topmost part of their back, and I think that's an adaptation. Not sure why for larger animals, because usually not attacked from above. I'm not sure. I bet there's some scientist who actually knows why animal fur patterns are like that. I think I'm curious about it, but I'm not sufficiently having enough energy to go and look it up. Another ring in there. Another strap of leather hanging down with some studs in it. It's actually not an alcohol marker. It's a paint-based marker there, Sylv. Hey Mitchell, how you doing? Oh, I just there's that guy on TikTok and YouTube and everywhere, Jordan the Stallion, I think he is. He just did this thing about garlic butter pizza rolls. French onion soup. I just shared a recipe with my son. Sometime in January, we're going to make French onion potato soup. It just sounds really hearty. I'll probably like throw in just before serving. I'll throw in a handful of like crisp bacon bits with the cheese and everything to make it incredibly indulgent. But it's like I make French onion soup at least once a year, and it's during the winter. It's the perfect winter food to me. I was going to bake some banana bread for the season because it's a nice filling slice of nom. And all my frozen bananas, they did something really weird. It's like I don't know if anyone else does this, but it's like what I do is when I buy bananas, if I don't eat them right away, as soon as they start getting too ripe, I throw them in a bag in the freezer. And I think what must have happened is my freezer must have thawed and refroze because they were like this weird kind of mango stuff, and I didn't trust to make banana bread with them. Yep, such as the nightmare dramas of my life. Banana bread wasn't perfect. Oh, I can make some more fresh anytime. Oh, yeah. I apparently was playing it like D-Box and what's the other one? The other super screen that everyone goes nuts over. Blanking. IMAX. Yeah, apparently seeing it on IMAX is just incredible, and I missed it playing. So I hope I have a hope that it's a big enough hit that they'll bring it back for. We have kind of like an IMAX review cinema here in Toronto that was closed for last year, but I think it's opening it soon. I'm really hoping that Godzilla Minus One comes back to the that IMAX, that review IMAX. I want to see it. I want to see it in that uber big screen because it was so good. Oh my god! And I kind of had to twist my son's arm to go see it. He kind of, and the weird thing is he loves big monsters. I mean, his favorite part from the Han Solo movie was that giant space monster, and it's like, I mean, yeah, the Godzilla King Kong movies are all right. The North American King Kong Godzilla movies are all right. I mean, I'm a sucker for them because giant monsters. But okay, that's reading pretty well. All right. But when he left, he was as big a fan of the movie as I was. So I think if it comes back, I think he and I might go see it. This is going pretty fast. All right. Yeah. So when I finish this, I'm going to switch gears onto that cover unless someone wants me to demonstrate anything. Yeah, I really want to see it in black and white too. I felt the acting was a little, especially for the male lead, was a little over the top, but that might be a cultural thing. I spiked my cola with Kraken. So the more I drink, the more I draw, the more loopy I might get this New Year. So I might say stupid shit. Yeah, I really want to see the black and white though. It did feel like a live action anime in many ways. You're absolutely right. And most of my experience, like I watched some Japanese crime films, and the acting is a little strident in those as well. Of course, I watched a lot of Kurosawa with that amazing level of theatricality he brought to his works. And I'm just going to do a little darker line in here. A little bit of a sense of shadow coming off from this barding. I think it's called barding. Barding the armor, is that barding just like the saddle and all the straps and stuff? I'm so terrible to not know this stuff. It really is, and I believe I really hope we get IMAX or D-Box for the oversized screen that you get with those viewings, because holy heck, Godzilla was shot about as well as Godzilla has ever been shot in any movie anywhere by anyone. And I would just love to see those images at the near the scale that Godzilla is, if that makes sense. I should give more of a goat beard. What do you guys think? That little bit of hair enough, or should I give it a little bit longer? That might really kind of mess up the idea of what people think they're looking at. Well, just a little nub of hair is cute enough. All right. So we have one vote for as is so far. I guess if it's I love the earrings. Yeah. I didn't give this reindeer junk, or like the little pocket shaft. So the Witch Queen could be riding a queen reindeer with horns. Don't ask me how. So I think, and I could be wrong, I could absolutely be wrong here, but I think only the male reindeer get the really elaborate horns. I think all of them get horns. This is me being a city boy all my life. Despite growing up in Canada, I have no idea like the full range of horn options for deer and deer related animals. Although years ago, I had some friends who used to do, they might still, but two of them moved away, so they're not a group anymore. Bow hunting for elk, which are essentially reindeer, if I understand correctly. And that was amazing. We didn't get anything. It was like 3 days in the cold with borrowed boots to go hiking through the weather. I did lose a camera I had though. I was changing those boots because they didn't fit me, because these guys are all freaking giants. They weren't as big as my son, but they were big guys. and I think the shortest of them was like 6'2", and two of them were ex-military Canadian forces. So they were like really into the whole gung ho thing. So they got really tired with like this fat artist tagging along. But they were fun. And anyway, so at one point I have to, I've been walking and like the boots were too big for me. So I was wearing multiple layers of socks. And after hiking for like half a day through snow in the woods, even with the snowshoes, the socks kept moving around inside the boot. So we're on like this kind of hill, and it's a little bare. It's like a clearing, and it looks like there's a slight slope downhill away from me from where I'm sitting, changing. I literally had to take the boots off, readjust the socks, put them back on. So I put my camera down in its little padded bag. And when I'm tying one of the boots, it started sliding down the snow because it was exposed. The top layer of the snow was essentially a sheet of ice. Not very thick one. I mean, you'd crunch right through, and it was really ridgy. But so I started seeing the camera going, and one of the guys went, "Hey, Rich, your camera." So I tried chasing it with one boot on, and suddenly I hear them yelling, "Stop!" And I look, and it's like it didn't just end in forest. It was a cliff, but there were pine trees growing just beyond the cliff that made it look like the cliff was going right into the trees. So I had to watch my camera fall off the edge of a cliff. And we're looking down at it. We can't see it because it probably fell into some snow. And we're like, okay, I think it was about 3 hours to get down there because they knew the area better than me. So I said, I guess I lost that camera. Because the idea of like trekking around 3 hours to get around to a spot that was like maybe 20 meters away from height, to get a camera that was probably broken from the fall. I mean, even if it went through the snow, it very likely would have gotten damaged somehow from that big a fall. Like 20 meters is like, what, 60 feet, 70 feet? It's not a fall I would have wanted taking, even with that little camera padding on it. Yeah, but that's my experience of deer, not going hunting them and not seeing a one. We saw poop, and we found some antlers, and we found all sorts of signs like bark being eaten from the base of the trees, stuff like that. It was a fun little trip, but I froze my ass off, man. Now, if I go darker with all the horns, these are going to become gray instead of just white, and these will get a lot darker. Don't want to give them a nose ring. That just seems a little too grunge. Before I render too much, I have to decide if I want to. So what I'm thinking of for the horns. So you have the value of the shadow side. So I'd have. So I draw the crystal first. And then I would wrap it with thread. And then I'd take white paint and I would break up the layers and everything. So I do a whole bunch of rocks hanging like that off of the antlers. I can do a short one. Do even like maybe a carved. So it'd be a tablet with some writing, some runes on it. So I could do a whole bunch of things like that. Might make it too busy though. It's like when you're making up stuff and designing stuff, you have to be, keep in mind like what you want to draw and the effect it might have if you add it. Because as soon as I start adding some of these gems here, I have to decide, okay, I can hang one safely here, I could hang one safely there, but then suddenly it becomes another object that's getting into the headspace of the witch, which I want isolated. If I hang one here, then I'm painting out somewhere in the face, which may not be like if I hang one here, it's in front of the ear. I could actually put a white shape here around this eye. So I might do that. I could hang one there. I could hang one there. Seems a little scattershot, but I could do it. I'll think about it. I'll save it for like after I do the background and see how everything's looking. Krampus vibe, yeah. Krampus should have his like demonic reindeer. Oh, I pulled this out because I wanted to show you guys. So, of the Image guys, going into it, my favorite was Marc Silvestri. I knew him from Conan, and when he came on to X-Men, I was already reading X-Men because I was of the age of someone who reads X-Men, and I thought he was just doing amazing work. And I followed Wolverine, so I was always a fan. I felt he was the most technically accomplished of any of the guys who went on to form Image. And I was like kind of happy to learn that Image is what kept him in comics. So for the last couple of years, he's been working on this Batman Joker series. And I felt as good as the color was, I was trade waiting. As good as the color was, I felt it was still overpowering Mark's inks. And I was in the comic shop the other week maybe, and I saw this, and it's a black and white reprint of the first 2 issues. Just the art, just the inks. Marc Silvestri. I mean, look at this stuff. Oh my God. Look at this Batman. And he's inking everything with markers. Oh, look. I missed that before. Knocked off a guy's toupee. I mean, just look at this city. Oh my God. So gorgeous. I think this is probably going to be Mark's last book, because he's really, as I understand, he spent years on it before they even solicited the first issue, and it shows. I mean, I hope they print. If they do black and whites of this all for every 2 issues, I'm buying all of them, and then I'll buy the trade when it's all wrapped, of course. Look at the Batcave! Oh my God! So good. You can even see some of the pencil in there. These are like just raw scans of the artboards, then cropped. They're not cleaned up for colors or anything. Or they might have to take another look at the issue next time I'm in the shop and see if the inks are black or gray in relationship to color. God, look at that. Oh my God, the man who laughs. So good. So if you didn't know about this book and you love black and white artwork with way too many lines, and if you're here, there's a good chance you might be along those lines. Yeah, there it is. Gotta get. So yeah, see, the color's beautiful. But I'm gonna get the trade when it's done. What's weird is they don't list the colorist here in the ad for the book, so that's a little disappointing. I mean, I really think the color artists should get their names on the cover credits. But yeah, this is just a beautiful little treasure of a book. Been looking through it, just admiring how crazy good his stuff is. Marc Silvestri, man. Sorry for the digression. Not quite. Well, I've had the book too long to gasm over it now. No, Silvestri is he's just. I think Silvestri is in the same league as Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. He's a little more stylized, but I would say that his draftsmanship, his storytelling, his posing, everything is just as good. Now he might disagree. He's entitled to, because he probably grew up in awe of Jose Luis Garcia Lopez too. I'd explain something here. And there. Thought to look wrong. I mean, I could put it into a bigger pile of snow, but I'll take a little bit of white paint to remove that, and I'll do it now before I forget. There we go. It's a subtle thing, but important thing. Yeah, Sylv, you're really good. If everyone here doesn't know who Sylv is, she's the writer for Death Tally, her Accidental Reaper comic. I've been kibitzing along with her project since its start. I've done a cover for each one, a bunch of pinups. At some point, I'm going to be writing and drawing a one shot with the woman who's on the cover of this issue. It's going to be fun. Or maybe this year, like if I find room between Conan and Second Coming and the October Witches and then the Spring Vikings. So many things to do. Well, the goats are with the witches, and my witches aren't necessarily, and this referring to Sylv's comment I just saw. My witches aren't satanic. I've already decided that Satan is a character in the world, or at least something that people think is Satan, which would be, fun to play with. I think I might want to, after this level, doing jerky lines to imply that kind of ice texture. I'm going to jump from the 0.1 to the 005s as I get further back here and let the lines like just really, really fade. And I'm playing around the whites down here because I'm considering if I'm going to go super dark with the horns up there. And if I do, then I'll probably tilt the camera up so you can see me rendering way up there instead of pulling the sheet down. Because then I might let go as I drop it. So even though I'm going to be coloring this next week and then getting it printed a nice little card for all my Patreon supporters, I like to look at my work to look finished in black and white. A lot of artists draw for the color, and there's a part of me that knows I should as well. But I color most of my own work. So I have no problem. Like I could render something for like days, and then when I get to the coloring stage, it'll be really good if it's a color hold and you barely notice it. Yeah, I'll do that to myself way too often. Or I'll do a whole bunch of work because it looks good in black and white, and when it goes to color, it's like, oh, I did that for my first Conan cover. I rendered in super detail all these stone heads in the background. I realized, well, there's a fight scene taking place in front of it, and be a whole bunch of dust and crap in the air. And I ended up obfuscating all of it. Yeah, dark is better, I think. Yeah, I'm going to go dark with all the horns. So let me put this back up and boot the camera there that way, so you guys can see it better. It's weird that it's oh, what went loose? That's tight. That's tight. Sometimes the mount for the webcam's a little tricky. It just gets loose all of a sudden. So the highlights on the antlers are now going to more of a gray value as I render, and allow me to go darker into the shadow parts. Allow for the idea of reflected light. And I just won't go as dark with the further set of antlers, because then I'll actually give them some depth. Yeah, I think if you're a colorist and use flatters as heavily as I do, I think even though I'm going to be giving myself credit for coloring, I'm also going to credit my flatter. So I think it's a little bit like, if you look at movie credits, everyone gets credits. I mean, and I have a feeling that I know my flatter is also a talented artist, completely in his own right. I believe he inks and colors and does flatting to help supplement his income as he builds his career. I think it's important. It's like, so in the because he did all the flats for he's doing all the flats for Midnight Harvest. He's going to get a credit in the Midnight Harvest book. He did. Did he do the flats, or did I do the flats for the cover for Coven? Yeah, you know what? I don't think he did any work in Coven, so I won't be able to credit him there. But he's going to be doing the colors for or the flats, assuming he's available. I don't want to jinx myself here, because he's really good, and we get along pretty good. So in terms of simpatico choices for placement, and I'm now used to working with how he flats for me. So that's kind of important. Thickening this line up here to make that pop a little bit more. There you go, darker horns. Those scare you. I like it. I likes it. So technically the main figure is all done. And oh my God, in an hour. So it'll probably take me at least another hour or so to do the snowfield into the pine trees here. Layers of pine trees going through the mountains. So those dark lines are going to be like little scribbly lines. And then rendering the mountains in as fine a line as I can. And then it'll be done. I'm kind of happy about that. Do a couple of footprints in the snow. Would there be another one there, I think? Let me pop another one in here on the other side of that. little bits of, oh yeah, right now. Drying at the bottom after getting all the way up to the tops there. Hey, Raul, you have an amazing New Year's Eve, and I'll see you in the next year. Here's my drawing board. I'm going to elevate the bottom just a bit. And I knocked a whole bunch of stuff around, but there we go. Okay, so this raises it up about just over ½ an inch. So if I'm working down here at the bottom, I just tilt the camera a bit. There we go. See everything. All right, so does anyone have what they think are amazing plans for early 2024? I mean, considering it's like tomorrow is the deadline for having plans. Not really, but you know what I mean. Like the way like Northern Territory snow will like it'd be so frozen, but there'll be little bits of the grasslands just sticking through. Little tufts of grass that manage to rise above. Get that a little darker. Here we go. What did you do New Year's Eve? I watched a guy draw dead grass on YouTube. Believe it or not, that might actually be something worth bragging about. Oh, hold on. I was talking about cons earlier, and I talked about TCAF and C2E2, but I forgot to mention why I brought it up. In a little over a week, me and a few friends, at my urging, are going to talk about doing online-only mini cons. Some of you might have noticed, if looking at my channel, that back in the spring of this year, when C2E2 was happening, I decided to run a three-day marathon. Each day was like running the same hours as the convention. I live streamed convention commissions from my studio over the whole weekend, and I was really surprised with almost no promotion. Like a week's notice that it was going to happen. I sold up the commission list for it, and it was a really good experience. It was like, apart from the lack of socializing, it was one of my best convention experiences in a long time. I think I'm going to save that area for my signature. So what we're going to do is I want to do 4, but I don't know if we'll be able to do 4 this year. But me and several other artists, somewhere hopefully between 3 and 8 artists, are going to do online-only conventions. We're going to start promoting them as soon as we firm up the dates and who are going to be our fellow guests. I'm going to do all of them, of course. I'm going to try to get my friend Mike Ruth involved, the incredibly talented Mike Ruth. There's a whole bunch of other people I want to ask once we have dates, and if they have the proper tech setup. We're actually gonna. That's one of the wonderful things. One of my friends brought in Stefan Nilsson. He knows his tech, and he wants to make one of the bars to joining up having the tech setup available to do it. So what we'll do is, let's say it's a 3-day convention. I really like the idea of parallel marketing to an existing convention. So let's say this year we aim at C2E2. So it'd be C2E2 at home, which is kind of like the idea of what I want to call these. I want to call these the at home conventions, because no one has to leave their home. You can go to this convention. We're going to have probably an Etsy shop that'll mimic all our tables, like the stuff we normally sell at conventions. And we're going to ship them all to one area for like shipping from the US, shipping from Canada, and stuff like that. So we can unify all the shipping. People can do commissions. You can watch us draw, since it's going to be a group convention. It won't just be me talking for like 8 to 12 hours a day. And because there's going to be like 4 to 8, well, probably 3 to 8 people per event, people will be able to take breaks. It's like you sign up and it's like, oh, where's Richard? Well, Richard took a break. He was drawing for the first 3 hours. Now he's taking like an hour for lunch, and he'll be back. And right now, I don't want to say. I assume Mike's going to be Mike's a workhorse. I mean, I don't know if he'll know how to take a break. But that way, there would be, for all the hours of the convention, there's going to be a host answering questions and directing questions and talking. There'll be the artists talking to each other about the work, answering questions. There will be an online shop for either picking up commissions if we have slots available left, or to buy things like sketchbooks, prints, whatever anyone normally has at the tables. So we'll have all that amazing stuff available, and you won't have to leave your house. We won't have to leave our house. We won't have to stand next to some guy who hasn't taken a shower all weekend and is cosplaying, and we can smell that he hasn't taken a shower all weekend. No one will have to go through that. It's just going to be artists talking about art, shooting the shit with each other. Hope that doesn't demonetize this. I'm not monetized at all, but just talking about what it takes to actually do the art, and I'm hoping it's going to be entertaining, and because it's going to be like, let's say, the con we're echoing starts at 10 a.m. on a Friday. We start at 10 a.m. on a Friday. If it closes at 7 p.m. on a Friday, we close at 7 p.m. on that Friday. We're going to run the exact same hours at the convention. So if you're only around one day of the weekend, not only will all the stuff be online afterwards, but you can go like, you know what, Richard has an opening. I'm going to buy that opening, and I can go back and watch him draw it live, even though it'll be like archived video. But you can watch your piece created in full on the stream. And I want to do like 4 next year. If we can do that, it's great. And right now, if it looks like, if I get in C2E2, which I still haven't heard anything about, but C2E2 would be my only in-person convention, I think. And then the rest of my convention appearances would be this online convention business I'm starting up with my friends. And if the 4 go great this year, we're definitely going to aim to do at least that many the following year, if not more. Expand who's a part of it, and actually make it a going thing. I mean, it's like, the more established it gets, the more we can do things like, okay, so the artists are done artist hours. We're going to take a break, and then there's going to be an actual online panel, so we can actually, different hosts, same host, whoever's available. Some of the artists may be writers, color artists, people who don't want to draw online will be able to have virtual panels that are connected to the C2, the at-home convention experience. And one thing that I think COVID taught a lot of us is hell is other people. Sorry, that just seemed like the thing to say there. But no travel. no hotels, no dodgy food from weird restaurants you've never seen before. Um, I mean, it's not going to replace like going to Baltimore and going to like one of the best steakhouses in the country. Um, but what it will be is everyone can no attendance fees. Everyone can watch our conventions for free. Um, Whenever they want at their convenience. You can get stuff. You'll be able to save. There will be shipping, but then again, no door fee to get into the convention. There will be shipping, but it's like what we're going to do is we're going to make it so it's like if you're ordering in America, everything's going to ship from America, so it'll be a cheaper price there. If you're in Canada, you order from Canada. I'll probably take care of the shipping for that, and so it'll ship from Toronto. Um, and I think this might be a good thing to do. I'm going to shift over to the 005. Yeah, I think it's time. I think the technology's there. I think the only thing stopping is someone like I know GalaxyCon leaned into making their virtual cons a placeholder until conventions came back after COVID. But they're having cons again, and more power to them. I still like cons. I just hate the travel part of it. I hate how many fees are being piled on to creators and attendees because more and more cons are becoming celebrity events. And what we know from celebrities is they get their appearance fee no matter what. And I have a feeling, I have no proof of this, but I have a feeling the reason why conventions are now so expensive for comics professionals and fans is it's like, oh well, we got this actor or actress from this Star Wars show, and they need $50,000 just to show up, and they get that. Some of them get it in cash, like literally, they get handed $50,000 in cash, and where does that money come from? I don't think they bring in $50,000 worth of attendees, but that's how much it costs to get a mid-list celebrity to go to a convention. So they get their fees out of dealers renting space, artists paying for tables. I mean, the 8 feet of table I get is not $600. There's no way in hell they're paying that much for the rental of the hall. So a big chunk of that money is going directly into the pockets of these largely fan volunteer worked conventions. And I think a big chunk of the money is going to the celebrities who are also taking a big chunk of the money out of the economy of conventions. I have had, I know, so many artists have had similar experiences from just talking to them. I've had so many fans who said, you know what, I would love to buy a thing, but I spent all my money on getting, Mark Hamill photo op. And I get that. That's important to them. It's fandom. I can't, condemn them for that. But quite honestly, I'm at the convention. It's a working thing for me as a professional and for other artists. I love meeting people. I love getting the fangirl over, artists that I don't get to see nearly often enough. I love socializing, but it is at the end of the day, I can't be in the red for going to a convention, and I think it's harder to predict where cons will land economically nowadays. Whereas I see the idea of these online conventions as a possible way to. I mean, just imagine it. So if I fly to Chicago, it's like $800 for the ticket. I'm talking Canadian dollars. The table's 650, I think. So that's 1450 right off the bat. I'm staying for 3 or 4 days. If I'm paying full fare for the hotel, it's probably about $1,000 with all taxes and everything. So I'm looking at $2,500 right off the top Canadian. So that's like $8 US. But that's a heck of a I mean, C2E2 is usually my best con. I'll make anywhere from like $4,000 to $6,000 there. Again, Canadian after exchange rate and everything. And I know people who easily make 20, 30K, like superstars. I'm not a superstar. Definitely not a superstar. I don't know if I can always guarantee that I go to Chicago. And okay, so my base cost is 2,500 Canadian, and I'm gone for 4 to 5 days. If I stay in my studio and I just draw pages, those 4 days, that's $1,000 in my pocket without making an expense, and that's $1,000 US, at least. So that's like $1,400. I can make $1,400 without leaving my apartment, just doing the work I have in front of me. I go to a convention, there's a good chance I might lose money because you can't predict. I have friends who have had amazing years at Emerald City, and then the very next year they lose like $1,200. Like they're deep in the red. And I don't know about a lot of people. I don't know many people who can just afford to, on a work expense, afford to lose that much money on it. I think these trees are giving a decent amount of scale, the amount of distance that we got going through here, and we got that there. So you're saying get a bald wig and make it so? I would need a definite melanin injection to try and pull off Worf. If I have a good summer, I can get pretty dark and golden, but I'm generally just not that dark. And honestly, I'll have to admit, I haven't gotten that much sun in the last since COVID. They were doing work on a neighboring building the first summer of COVID, so I got out of my habit of like working and drawing in the morning on my balcony because all the birds were driven from the other building and they're harassing my building because they needed a place to go because they're used to being around here, like all the pigeons and stuff. And so I just didn't go out. And if I went out, I'd go for a walk, and I'd walk to like a coffee shop or something. So that was my fun time away time. But I really got to get back into having to get some natural vitamin D. No one make any D jokes. Get a little more alcohol in my system. All right, 8:24. We're doing good time. I really think I might be able to finish this by 9:30, and then I'll spend the. It's a busy cover, especially I don't know if I'm going to do the stained glass windows. I'm going to focus on the figures, and then I got luckily I have the reference for this piece, separate. So there's some stuff that I have to really, 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 really crack down on to make it flow better. But yeah, so around 9:30, I might take a short 2-minute break or something. Go to the bathroom or something. Don't feel it now, but we're talking about an hour from now. I think horizontal scribbles will make the best read for trees back here. I have drawn drunk. Luckily, in my past experience of drawing drunk, usually in social environments, I know better than to force anything that requires high concentration. If I start feeling at least a bit tipsy, there's plenty of stuff on that death tally cover that I can work on in a less mindful way, so there won't be any fuckery, unless some other tool decides to bleed ink everywhere. Yeah, I love about drawing mountains is once you get the hang for how like the swoops and whorls from like slightly older mountains work, you can just start making it up, and it just comes up like drawing the most interesting Dalmatians. If that makes sense. That would be actually kind of cool. Like the con experience, it's like have an after party after the end of the con where we sell tickets to an exclusive video thing where everyone just gets hammered and says all the stuff they should never say in public. That wouldn't be posted online, of course. Yeah, I think it's important to have breaks built into the online con experience. I don't want to ever be like one of those comic creators who's online a lot and ends up having a piss jar. A former friend joined Comicsgate, and then God, he did a lot of like joining other people's streams. On his first inaugural stream, he got so fucking hammered he passed out for hours, and he ended up kicking over his piss jar. And I felt so bad for him. Felt so sad for him. I mean, like, first off, joining Comicsgate because I don't know, fear of irrelevancy. Um, but just getting drunk on his own inaugural stream, his own first time. I believe he's deleted it. It's just I feel bad for him, man. But it's hard to feel bad for someone who says, I'm going to join the Nazi party because they're going to pay me more money than Marvel does. And it's like, no, they're not. And it's like, I tried warning him, and I got threatened to be sued by Van Sciver. That was a nightmare. And it's like I'm going, yeah, he couldn't win it, but having had to deal with legal issues in the past, lawyers are not cheap. And quite honestly, I don't necessarily. I think if something bad happened, I think my fan base and my friend base are strong enough that people would help me. But if I was stupid enough to get into a lawsuit with some Comicsgate asshole, I think to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? I'd have to carry that cost on my own. And it's like, I'm just not going to do that. And it's not a complaint about the fan base or anything. It's just like, I don't think like everyone knows I'm a lefty. I don't think lefties are as into the culture war as right wingers are. I really think we'd much rather just everyone gets along and not do hateful things to each other. How's that look for mountains? Does that look like mountains to you guys? Spearing your bagel? Bagel, yeah. I don't know. Bagel sounds pretty good. Having a few drinks is. I'd like to eat a bagel, please. I do like me some bagels. Oh God, we actually have a chain in actually it's in Pickering, so it's not that close to me, but it's called Great Canadian Bagels. And I was all right. I like bagels. Every once in a while, I have me a nice bagel. But they had these cinnamon raisin bagels, were the best cinnamon raisin bagels I've ever eaten. So now I like cinnamon raisin bagels. And it's weird. I was one of those kids who hated raisins growing up. And so now it's like when I get a chance, I get some cinnamon raisin bagels. And I do this thing where it's like, especially now that I have an air fryer, when I have a cinnamon raisin bagel, open it up, give it a little bit of butter, throw it in the air fryer for like a couple of minutes, just like a toaster. And so then the surface of the bagel gets toasted with the butter in it. So it's almost like fried. So good. So good. Kettleman's. Not familiar with the name. You know what? I'm gonna pop over to my desktop. Wake up my computer. Kettleman's Toronto. Oh, there are. There's looks like there's three. The closest one I might be the fastest one to get to. There's one on Eglinton, east of Allen, quite a bit east. Zoom out. There's one in the Harborfront, or near the Harborfront, and there's one out in the Etobicoke. Kettleman's Bagels. Let me look for the other one. It's the closest one to me. Oh, yeah, the website too. Oh, and they deliver through Skip the Dishes. I think right. Lemon cranberry. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna have to check this out this week. These bagels look good, and they got cinnamon raisin. I like making pizza bagels out of either garlic or onion bagels. You see them there. They got chocolate bagels. I like blueberry over. I love chocolate, but given the choice between chocolate and blueberry, I'll take blueberry. It goes better with the dough. Herb and cheddar, specialty items. All right, this is for Canadians. Kettleman's Bagels are in Ontario. Bozo Bagel, 3 bagels twisted into one. Spreads. Deli cream cheese, lox, chive cream cheese, vegetable cream cheese, non-dairy dill pickle cream cheese. Ooh, non-dairy blueberry cream cheese. And they have regular blueberry cream cheese. But it's got the cinnamon. That would be really interesting. No. Sandwiches. Oh yeah, good bagel sandwiches. Nice Ranger. All right, Andrew. You just gave me a new spot to check out. Thank you so much. They look really good. I mean, I like Great Canadian Bagels. I believe they're made in the Montreal style as well. But I'm always looking for an excuse to try a new place. Maybe I'll drag my son out there this week. we're supposed to get together this week. Can't remember what day. I know he's got a friend who's staying with him for New Year's. So I think I'll probably meet that person tomorrow, maybe for a coffee or something. But usually my son and I do at least one thing, just him and I, every week. And so that might be it, because that's not too far away. We just go grab some bagels. And I do this really steep. I don't think I want that mountain that steep. So I think I'm going to go. There we go. That's better. Still higher, but it gives a nice scoop there. Laying down a bass tone. One of my friends expressed the opinion that when I'm drawing more like I'm about to paint than ink. And I think that's kind of obvious. When I first wanted to do comic books, my heroes were Kent Williams, Bill Sienkiewicz, John J. Muth, Duncan Fegredo, and they were all doing painted comic books, mostly Vertigo or Epic. And that's what I wanted to do. I'm a decent painter. If I did more painting, I'd be better. And yeah, so the entire way I approach drawing is almost like tiling, like not tiling as in like bathroom tiling, but like figuring out where my values are in an area and my lightest lights and my darkest darks, and working around everywhere around to make those things the most important aspects of the piece and make it cohere. Okay, I think that's working. All right. Yeah. Oh man, I wish I wasn't I didn't have the sweet tooth. I have a terrible sweet tooth. Although I find it's getting um less monstrous as I get older. Um I love there's a type of cake, it's called tuxedo cake, and I just love the gooey sweetness of it. But the last couple times I've gotten one, I've had to throw it out. I couldn't finish it, just too sweet, too much. So for my health and everything, it looks like I'm less dependent on sweets for the pleasure that they I derive from them. So that can only be a good thing. And I do find that I'm enjoying savory things more. There was a weird bit of interview bit where Anthony Bourdain was saying he didn't really have a sweet tooth. He'd much rather have a nice cheese after a meal. And so I did that for a bit, and I get the appeal. I get the appeal of like finishing off with a um, nice slice of brie on a cracker, or blue cheese, like a really high end blue cheese and some wine or something. And I get that, and I can see myself shifting more towards that. But I find I do that much better when I'm in a social situation. So like if I'm with friends, I have an easier time of like just not opting in for like the sugary sweetness of whatever. I will say I bought if you're familiar with these decadently rich cookies from the UK called Tim Tams, they're like two chocolate wafers with chocolate between, and they're dipped in chocolate. And I think the old thing people were supposed to do is they're supposed to try and use it as a straw to drink hot chocolate, which always seemed too much to me. But I've had the package here in my apartment for a week, and I haven't even opened it yet, which is a massive amount of restraint on my part. Because the me of 15 years ago, as soon as that package is open, it would be gone. Ah, they're so good. But yeah, I think my sweet tooth is falling away a little bit, which again can only be for the good. Which Tony are we talking about? Did I miss something? Or did I say something and immediately forgot about it? I'm not that drunk. I'm not drunk at all. I barely even touched that drink with the rum in it. Oh, oh, okay. So you're calling him Tony. I was thinking about like all the artists I know named Tony. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. I really, that was he was one of the people I really wanted to meet. Um, a couple times he was in Toronto doing signings. I was somewhere else, which was heartbreaking. I've been a fan since I saw his first two since I saw his first show, as opposed to like since he did his first show, because I came to it like maybe a year after he was doing it, and just listening to him talk about food and cooking and travel culture and all those amazing things, I was addicted. Kitchen Confidential, still one of my favorite books. Um, yeah, I watched Roadrunner, the documentary leading up to suicide. Um, I think I was ready to find out that he was having all sorts of issues. Um, so that wasn't a surprise. Uh, it was sad, to see exactly how human he is. I mean, because we're all kind of like stupidly human when it comes to this stuff. Yeah, I got a couple of his crime novels to read. There's a couple more of his cook. I have like two of his cookbooks, Lahal and the one that has the I think I want to say Scaife cover, like the kind of like splattery abstract cover. Um, but I want to get a couple of his other cookbooks because they look good. I also want to get some of his travel books. Got his crime stuff is fun. I got to find more time to read it. Oh yeah, Eric is good. It's Anthony had so much charisma though. I don't think any other um, the Momofuku guy has a certain amount of charisma. He's really friendly to the camera. But there's something about Bourdain, the way he would wear a look of both enjoyment and disinterest at the same time was, I think, unique to him. So he'd be in a place he loves, but he'd be doing something he finds terrible or disgusting, and you realize he's probably enjoying it, but he's showing a little bit of contempt for the audience's behalf. Apart from the nipples and corrections, I think this piece might be done. There's always a part of me that wants to go and render the hell out of a big cloudscape, but I find that I always inadvertently erase them all the lines, or color hold all the lines when I color it. So all that effort was literally for nothing, since it's a nice blank canvas up there. Maybe I'll do a little bit more. Bring the shadow in here a bit more. And I've decided against the decorating the antlers. The angle in the there should be at least some here, and I don't want that to cut into the witch's head. So I'm just going to leave the earrings on the ears. There's part of me, I was tempted to do like a little dangling chain, since I mean the eyes are in the side of the head, so I wouldn't see something dangling between there. But I was thinking that might get lost. Although if I did do one here, it had the gem here, that would, I mentioned earlier, create a little bit of light spot right here in that eye and push the ear back. I'm just picking at this piece now. I know Silva's probably going, get out of my cover, get my cover done. I have to do a little bit of white paint on this side of this horn so it pops away from the background horn. Probably going to do a few, we get rid of the scribble here, make it more dark. I'll probably put a few wet highlights around the snout. A little bit longer in that beard. Yeah, I think this is done. David Chang. Yeah, I've been meaning to try. I'm inundated with ads for his Momofuku noodles, and they look really good. But it's like, do I want to drop? Weirdly enough, I'll drop like $200 in groceries when I go to a grocery store. But like ordering food online, it's like, oh, that's $100. That seems like a lot. And it's like, well, if they were selling boxes at Costco, I'd be like, oh yeah, no problem. I just throw that in there and just pay without thinking it because I wanted to try it. But just the whole ordering part is like throwing me off a bit. I think also it's because none of my friends, 3 years to see a little bit is okay. Okay. They are, oh, so there are good noodles. They're worth ordering. Okay, so I think this is dry enough for me to do this. Gives a nice little bit of extra detail. Do I want to do them up there too? Just the hanging bits. Yeah, it's very subtle, but actually, I think it adds a lot of detail. All right, I will order some this week. I'm looking forward to trying them. Hopefully, they arrive quickly so I can give feedback next week. I got some gunk, so I might be able to do a thinner line here. Oh, that came out thicker than I wanted. I can go back in and render over it. The stuff's pretty good for that. And everything's like bleeding in there. Probably because I inked those horns tonight. You can't see what I'm doing there. Let's put this up here a bit. So I just did is I put some white point along this horn here to make it pop forward from the horns in the background. Okay, I think that works. Still want to do a little bit of white painting there when that sits for like a day. I'll do that tomorrow. Dots in the nose, nipples. Then I'm done in signature. I'll sign that tomorrow. All right, so this piece is done. So you know what's coming up. This piece. How are we doing? 9 o'clock. All right, so we got 3 hours countdown to New Year's Eve, which I am excited about. It's my reference of the church. This is Notre Dame Cathedral. What was I gonna do? Yeah, this stuff will be tedious and boring for everyone. So I'll probably work on the figures and then all of this stuff. Or I might want to like actually just come down this side of the image here tonight. There's a lot of rendering here. It gets very dark, so I want this all to be in shadow, make the cross really pop. There's stonework here, pillars and stuff here, black statue here that's cropped. That's going to be really tricky to pull off. This is all shadowy brickwork here. There's all, you can see all the stained glass. I traced off as much as I could of right from the photograph. And the photograph is so blurry that I was just like literally sketching shapes, using the circle tool to drop down some perfect circles. And then I ran some filters to make the lines stronger. And so I have all these kind of weird things. These are all these like inside here, these little things inside. They're going to be color holes, but it's going to be really dark. So there's going to be light coming from behind. I'm trying to probably do some color blurs as well to make it more ephemeral or ethereal. Even though I think it's taking place at night, I don't want the stained glass to disappear. You know, artist license. Yeah, so a lot of things. I'm going to be adding some textures to the cross. It's a gold cross. It looks kind of handmade. All right. So if I'm working up in this corner, I should turn the camera up there. There's a reference. There we go. Oh, everything's gotten loose again. Hang on. I love playing with my camera. Is that working? That's almost straight. Oh wow! If I do it like that, then I'm less likely to even hit it with my head. That's a great thing. So now it's way over on my right shoulder, so I can lean right into this piece. Do I want to work on this side or what? I think I want to work on this side. All right. So whenever I'm doing anything that's like kind of organic or handmade, I try and also ink it without rulers and stuff. Like when I do initial pencils, I'll use rulers, but I'll go over them with a freehand line, because that will make the line, the work itself feel more organic, more handmade. And besides, this is from the point before Notre Dame burned down, so who knows what the stonework looks like anymore. Big shadow coming down to about here on the bricks. Oh, there's a line there. Dark. There's brickwork everywhere. So this is a curved or an arched. The stonework like over here. Now, in the actual cathedral, there's a light above this crucifix. That's about probably right at the top of my drawing board. And I just didn't want to draw that. But I want that sense of light coming down. So everything's going to get really dark here. And then when I color it, there's going to be some glow off of the crucifix and some light glow coming from the top. So hopefully that'll get the idea of the lighting coming from above. So I've been to France once, very briefly, didn't get to see the cathedral. Someday I'll go back and I'll see it. And some chunky bases to these pillars that I don't have to do too much detail on, as long as they come across as being there. So I'm introducing a shadow that's not really in the reference. So I want the entire top part of this area to seem like it's falling into shadow. So I'm rendering it darker than the reference requires me to, because I want the title of the book to pop really nicely off of this area when it gets applied on there. Now, there's a whole bunch of details in the brickwork here, but I don't want that necessarily distracting from, especially considering how busy it gets down here. We got our two main characters sitting here on the altar doing it. And there's like all that gold relief sculpture on this part of the altar underneath the Mary and Jesus with the cherubs. And there's some candles over here. The central crucifix and the other candles. Sorry, the central crucifix is gone to make room for these guys doing their thing. When it comes to coloring, it's like I'm very much like where with this one, I said I'm going to be doing like kind of like a winter color scheme. So all the blacks are going to become almost like a pastel dark. The line work on these characters and the altar they're sitting on and this one silhouetted thing in the foreground here are going to be the only solid black in the piece. So this is going to step back, even with the black statues, it's going to step back to more of a gray. And then I'll be going to these darker colors with the light coming from behind, washing out, like glowing out and washing out some of those areas. So I'm going to have three layers of depth in this piece. So foreground, midground will be Mary, Jesus, and the black angel statues and the cherubs. And then the background will be the far wall and the stained glass window. And hopefully the way I'm approaching this. And by the way, when the ink spill happened, I was pretty much finishing up this area here with the big chunky marker, and then it just all came out, and it came down here, and it rolled right across. Literally, it went like this because there's probably some buckling in the paper. You can see the paper buckling in the side here too. It's doing the same thing again. And there's, I was concerned, what if I cut it out and I just ink that part? And there's just no way. It was just too much. It was like I have to redo all the stained glass anyway. Almost all of Mary and Jesus and this cherub, and then it went right across both figures. And I was kind of like, fuck it, I'm starting over again. Although, to be fair, I hadn't finished that side of the piece either yet. So I'm almost where I was when everything went to hell. Yeah. Well, there we go. No worries. I mean, shit happens, man. Yeah, I do love drawing beat up architecture. New precise stuff does nothing for me as a person or an artist. Leaves me cold. I understand the need to be able to draw it, and sometimes it's needed for story stuff. But given a choice, give me a beat up old building every day of the week over top of same old, architectural nonsense. Give me them beat up buildings. I'm thinking I might take a little 5-minute break. Put some more ice in my drink. Go to the bathroom. Rest my eyes for a bit. Yeah. Hope you guys don't mind. It's yeah. Well, depending how modern we get. I mean, it could very well be. If I did this way, there we go. Breaks are good. Breaks are good for the health and everything. Let me just turn off the mic, and I'll be back in 5. And that's me back. Hope you didn't miss me too terribly. I did find my glasses. Oh, hey, Comic Fast is having their 2024 sale. How long is it going? Just tomorrow only, or midnight only. New Year's Day font sale. $20.24 per font family. So I'm definitely going to go take a peek there. I'm on the fence about what font I want to use for all of the witch stuff coming forward. So I'll take a look at Comic Craft, see if there's any fonts there I want to. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm just like, ooh, fonts. I'm greedy for like tech stuff like that. So even though I'm doing all this with line work, what I might do, you can see like these really, really brilliant like white lines here. I don't like them. I want lines to read there, but I don't necessarily want them to be that obvious, considering how dark I want this area to be. So after I've inked probably all of it, I'm going to go back in with some dry brush and push the values back. And the light dry brush on this nicely textured paper will allow these lines to almost remain intact, but they'll get filled with, I like to call it visual noise. They'll get filled with those little bits of black ink from the dry brush. And that'll just make everything darker, feel more organic. It'll still be there. It'll be far more subtle. And I'll probably be doing that in this big pillar coming up underneath here as well. You got to do what you got to do to get it the way you want to get it. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? So I can do all this line work, and the line work will stand out stronger underneath dry brush, but it'll still read as being there as detail. It's a way to fake detail in a way that I think is credulous, and it looks like you've drawn everything, but you haven't. Which is, I guess it's a lazy bastard's way of saying, what I really like to do is make people think I did a lot more drawings than I actually did when I finish a piece. So that's me, right? Lazy bastard with like thousands of lines. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of like super clean lines. Like all the artists that really stick with me have a bit of sketch in the way they lay down a line. Of course, Bill Sienkiewicz, of course, David Keane, of course, Kent Williams, of course, Klaus Janson. As much as I love Alex Toth, I mean, give me Frazetta or Bernie Wrightson any day over them. And as clean as their lines are, they're still sketchier compared to like your traditional comic book inking, like your Mike Royers and, well, pretty much anyone who inked Jack Kirby. There was like a level of like super precision, slickness is I think the word. I'm definitely not trying to be slick in anything I ink. Well, yeah. So in terms of like bringing in New Year with Sacrilege and Titties, the only thing that would be better if that was Sacrilege and Titties in person. So, so drawing it's the next best thing. Drawing me some Sacrilege and Titties. Hope that doesn't get me somehow demonetized. everyone's so paranoid about getting demonetized over anything these days. It's so exhausting how all the social media platforms are treating the people who made the platforms worth having regret being on them. I have encountered so many artists, I should say, who just hate having to negotiate what can and can't be shared on social media when all of it was allowed to be shared just a few years ago. This is me using a post-it note just to mask off so I don't render into the cross too much. This gets really dark here. Get this right in the corner here. Oh, it's stuck now. Hey, when the glue starts wearing out in a piece of post-it before I'm ready for it to die on me. A friend of mine is much better at dry brush than I am. He saw me doing something similar to this. I'm trying to think, it might have been on a commission. And he goes, "Why don't you just do that all in dry brush?" And the real reason is I'm not as good at dry brush as he is. So I kind of have to do all this rendering in advance. Um, so when my dry brush goes over top of it, I'm more comfortable with that I'm just supporting my line work as opposed to trying to do it all with dry brush. If you really like dry brush, I think there's Greg Ruth. No, Greg Ruth. He was for a while. He was considered the absolute master of dry brush, and now he's almost entirely doing in pencil. So I'm a little jealous of how quickly he's just swapped over work, and he seems even more successful with all the pencil work, graphite work he's doing now. Love his work; it's so good. Like that. Keep missing out on like he does all these like limited edition like this Dune art book, and it's like I like it, and I go look into it, and it's like it's either like $100 and then shipping to Canada is like an extra 50, and oh man, everything it used to be cheaper to ship stuff to Canada from the U.S. and then Trump came in office and he killed the international postal agreement, if I understand correctly. At least that's what was explained to me is the reason why all the postal rates just went through the roof everywhere because of what Trump did, which is pretty typical. Yeah, it used to be it's like $20 is what you normally expect for almost anything from the States. Now it's averaging $45 to $50 for anything of any substance or mass to it. It's often gotten to the point where it's like there's this great Stuart Ing bookseller in California, and I know first thing I'm going to do when I ever get to that shop, I probably spend like $500-600 on books, and I'll throw out all my clothes I wear down there before falling back, and I'll just throw all those books in my suitcases, and that'll be it. So I won't have to pay shipping. I have to pay some duty. I won't have to pay shipping. Whenever I do like an old brick church or something, I've done a few over the years. I think about what Frank Miller did in Electra Lives Again, where he drew every fucking brick. And it was just like, it weren't particularly well-drawn bricks, but he drew them all. And you think about how much time that must have taken him. And I hate to say it, it's like I much prefer to like kind of like suggest stuff like that. Okay, so let me get this edge right here. So this comes down like that. And there's these weird owl looking shapes coming up from the side here. I should have done a better job tracing these. So I don't want to draw the eye to them too much. Very much has to be the appearance of detail in the background, so the viewer of the image goes, yeah, okay, I recognize that as a place. And those are things, but I don't want the viewer distracted by background details that I just happen to be putting in because I want them to be right. I think these are owls, man. They look like really strangely stylized owls. Of course, I've never been there. There's 2 rows of these mothers. Got distracted up here. I should have finished this first. Just realized because this level of column is coming down to here. And I know I'm going to want to go darker than my reference allows me to, but I do have to try and get some of these details in. Even if I end up going over top of these with dry brush as well, or a finer pen to create a finer level of value. That's why I put the tape at the top here, because I mean, this is the top edge of the page, and at least I get a straight line there. So it's coming all the way down to there. No, there's going to be some noise there. So I think the shelf end is there. All right. That gets really dark right around there. So I'm gonna... see what the noise is. Okay, sorry to turn this a weird angle, but have to get that impression of brickwork happening even as it goes up in the shadow. black should I go there? I think I'm gonna go pretty dark. See, I'm going to have a bit of an issue because there's a black statue right here. And if I'm going that dark here, I might lose that arm because in the reference it's lost. But I can cheat. I don't have to obey my reference. So what I can do is after I get past this point, I can swap up from the 3 to the 0, 1. And the line weight will, just by fining down the lines, will make it more of a lighter gray. I can actually I could even theoretically, I have all this here. I could literally start letting this dark area go to allow the cherub to pop, and the color will take over. This is part of me drawing for the color, but this is an instance where I think it actually would help because right here we have this solid black polished statue of an angel, and I got to be careful about how I let the light hit it to actually give it a decent silhouette against these other elements. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna have to do is, and this is me on the fly examining the piece because I actually inked this much more solid before, and I didn't like what was happening there because I went to dark. So what I think I'm gonna do is roughly from about, see this line here in the stained glass? Oh, it's way too low. Hang on. All right. So you see this line here in the stained glass? So that cuts through one of the cherub's wings, goes through all through Mary, and cuts through her hand here. But if I use this as the indication that I'm going to immediately start fading off the line work, and just kind of make it feel like that area is full of more light. It'll still be dark, but the line work of these items will now come forward and allow this little oh god, what's the term for Mary holding Jesus? There's an actual term for the statue, and I'm blanking on it. But it would allow that to come forward and allow these to come forward in front of that. So it'll by reducing the amount of rendering I do from this part down behind the statuary. First off, it'll be less work, but it'll also visually allow me to separate the background from the midground, which I didn't do the first time I inked this. So this is the benefit of getting to do it again. And I gotta say, in my entire history of redrawing shit, every time I've had to redraw shit because of like an accident or something, I learned something to avoid for the second time, and I think the second piece ends up being better. And with that, lying on my plate, as it were, it becomes easier to make the decision. So yeah, it's like I seriously thought just for that of the other cover, it would have saved me like 4 or 5 hours of inking. But ultimately, I'm doing a job on this version. It's just the way it is. So I'm going to draw some lines that indicate where I'm going to back off. And the Mary statue will actually allow for a nice break, even though the shadows here could be in the far background, or I have a feeling that's more her robe. So I think I can leave that dark, even though this part here is definitely part of the stained glass, which I'll be inking with a lighter hand. I'll pull that post-it out now. If anyone's curious about how I'm going to handle a stained glass, I'm literally going to do the faintest, most broken lines I can, knowing full well, in fact, I'm going to swap to the lighter pen for that too, knowing full well that every one of these is going to be a color hold and blurred the hell out to give the sense that light's coming through it. So it's just going to be like blobby bits of color in the light. Any details I want to draw in there? I want a darker shape right there. Hey, YV Sokolov art. So I assume YV is your first and middle name? This is definitely going to need some dry brush. You can see I also should have blocked that off with the tape. I crossed the line a few times, but that's okay. I'm going to be adding some textures to the cross later too. Yeah, so that's a demarcation where I'm going to start going to a lighter line. In fact, I'm going to start doing the I got to go back and finish these other owls too. So much stuff to do in this cover. Oh my gosh. And drink. It's 9:30. We are 2.5 hours away from New Year's Eve in Toronto. The rate we're going, I should be able to finish that, and the main figures. I'm not sure about all the details or all the textures, but I definitely want to have this. Considering what day did I start redoing this? Thursday. I've been working on other stuff too. Plus, I had New Year's socializing to do, which I did, which was lovely. But it took a lot of time. I was supposed to be working on Conan stuff, and I was working on this instead, which is always a bit of a trauma. I got to get that Conan stuff done. The one problem with inking over quickly traced reference is you're always unsure if maybe you did such a sloppy job tracing it that you're essentially drawing from scratch. So, yeah, maybe I should have taken more time, but it seems to be working out. I'm pretty happy with this so far. Yeah, I don't like these shapes at all. Like, you have to go back and do them. They're weird, weird shapes. Um, Again, they look like owls. It might be gargoyles. Again, I've never been to Notre Dame in Paris, so I'm guessing. I'm guessing based on my reference here. Literally breaking it down into light and shadow stuff, and there's some like weird corrosion and breakdowns on the shapes. So I'm not even sure if I'm rendering these properly. This goes back here, so I can go back in here. But at least they're reading like background noise the way they should. So that's good. So it's New Year, so we should ask New Year's questions. In 2023, who is your favorite artist that you started loving this year? I mean, you may have known about them, but let's say you turned into a Swiftie this year, which seems to be the thing to do, quite honestly. Like that would be the type of thing I'd like to hear, like what you got into in 2023 that you're going to take forward with you into 2024. And scribble right over top of this lightly. Push this back in terms of value. Yeah, so tell me what you discovered in 2023. That's a new fan obsession, a new singer, actor, director, writer, cartoonist. Who you found in 2023 that you're just so excited to see what they bring in the next year? And you know what? If you're watching this and it's not New Year's Eve, leave in the comments. I'd love to hear what major talents. Because I mean, it's like this is the way I learn about stuff, right? It's like my friends tell me, "Oh, I just like discovered this guy and he's amazing." And in my case, that would be probably Teddy Swims, um, who's this remarkable pop singer from Tennessee. I want to say it could be wrong. His voice is incredible. He's done a bunch of cover. I think he got really famous doing cover versions of songs, and now he's got his first album. And it's a hit album, and it's just wow, just an amazing voice. His cover versions are almost without fail better than the originals. He actually does a cover of a Journey song. Oh God, what's it called? Don't Stop Believing. I can't believe I had to think about that. Just a small town girl, right? That song. He does it almost essentially just with a piano, and it looks like it's ad libbed at a media place he was at, and it's chilling how well he does that song. So Teddy Swims, my friends, check him out. Hopefully you'll like him as much as I did. Do. He was on tour. He's coming through Toronto, and all the seats I wanted were sold out. So I'll have to see him next time around. Turn my son on to him, so I might even go with my son to see him. I just feel I should do this with a brush and go back in with line work afterward, but that would make it too heavily black. It's what I did in the previous version. I just took out my Pentel brush pen and I just nailed like all the solid blacks through the statue. Um, but I felt that made him pull forward, so I think I have to do everything with the pen here. It's a little unfortunate, but shit happens, man. And then of course I can go back in with the white paint after and pull up highlights because it's highly polished black stone. I think like black marble might be what it is. And it is in the midground, so I can allow it to be a little heavier, but I don't want it to over. And even though I'm going to be pushing back with the colors, I don't want something that strong competing with the foreground. I might even like just simplify and let the lower part of the legs into the pedestal. You can see a pedestal behind the candles here. God, I'm always astounded at how well the sculptors of this period could capture like the flow of fabric on the torso. It's like, wow, how did they do that? I think I inked up the 3 before. Yeah, you can get closer to being a solid black with this without being a solid black. Sirens. I mean, like from Odysseus? Sirens like that? Oh, okay. Missed that. It might have been sirens. I'm just like zoned into the work here, contemplating taking another swig because it's New Year's. Swigging away. So up here in Canada at the movie cinema, we have these vending machines for soda. And one of the things you can do is you can get your Coca-Cola with, black cherry, I think lemon, a bunch of other flavors, and vanilla. And ever since I had my first vanilla Coke Zero, I gotta say, it's part of my favorite thing about like going to this cinema is getting a vanilla Coke Zero. And one of the things I like about Kraken rum is that it has notes of vanilla in it. And so when I'm drinking my Coke Zero and Kraken rum, it's essentially the movie theater experience for me. Okay, that looks like a pretty dark statue. I can go back in with white paint, pull out some of the highlights that are on the polished black marble, which is why I'm being so aggressive with the vertical lines here, because they'll be stroking across the form with the folds of the fabric. Yeah, if this was a nighttime scene and the stained glass was dark, I'd have all these candles lit And I'd probably like throw some like candle stands in the background for the hell of it. Just to play with the light a bit. You can follow my work for the next time, you know how much I like to fuck around with light sources and stuff. I could even theoretically, just to darken a bit, just in this one little spot, hit it with my rubber stamps, and those little tiny little black dots will fill some of the white voids between the lines and allow them to just come across as being a little darker. And this is what I was talking about in terms of like letting go of the line. So I get to go right into this part of the statue, and that black really comes forward against that gray I just created. But if all of a sudden all the dark values back here turn into that gray, apart from the dry brush stuff at the top that I'll be doing later, it'll just create the idea that, you know, that's background, man. And that includes this color that is largely visible here. So I'm going to do the lines kind of on here. The lines are going to get weaker as I go down. In fact, I'm going to jump over to the 005 line as we get to cherub height. So it just completely fades away. Even though I'm going to be rendering over top of that, because I mean, there's like, I'll probably be rendered with this is 005. I'll probably go over with the 1 or the 3. Now I want all this stuff to come down dark. That includes, oh, that's a 3. Grab the 1 back. I think YouTube is working on a feature. I think it's available to Americans already, where there's a number of songs they've already cleared for music to play while you're doing a video. It doesn't have to all be public domain, but it hasn't gone international yet. So that means I have no access to it, because I mean, if there was a chance that Teddy Swings was allowed to be YouTube music, I would totally be playing them for you right now. I see still redacted a few messages. I think that's the all cops are bastards thing. So. It's good that YouTube allows you to retract messages. So terrible if you wrote something in the wrong screen by accident, and suddenly you're looking at like, I didn't mean to say that here. That would be terrible, I tell you. Terrible. fade's not happening as smooth as I can drop back up to the quick lines with the thicker ballpoint liquid ink will be finer than the standard lines I make. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do really quick, shallow lines. So it's like in terms of the surface of the paper, the pen being held like that. So I'm only hitting with the edge of the ball that comes up past the rim of what holds the ball in place. So I'm forcing the line to be thin. If I draw over something with these quick lines, it's knowing full well that I can go back in and fix it with some white paint later. I know there's artists out there who are like with her hand. When I draw her hand and I go back and draw her hand, I'll use white paint to pull out details in those fingers. I just want that line to feel like it's going through the background effectively. If this was a much more a more elaborate area here, and I'd be worried about fixing it, I would mask it off with some Frisket or some tape, and that way the ink would just skip right around it. I might even do a little bit of white paint and break up these lines later. I think I want to. See the fades happening there? There we go. I get that. So yeah, it's time and place. You know, I'll hear it a certain way. You don't know how other people are going to hear it. I might actually do some rubber stamping just to put some texture in these rocks later. I think I'll do the contour with the 3 on the midground, but all the other line work's gonna, like in here, I'm gonna drop down to the 1 with all the contours. Like I said. Little cherub hands, little baby hands. There's a foot there. You know, I just realized I thought she had both her legs here and Jesus was leaning between her legs. Actually, this is her left foot. So her other leg is leaning all the way over here. So Jesus is leaning across her left leg. And then he's all twisted up around here when I draw the legs and stuff down over here. Huh. The things you figure out as you draw. Man, statuary hair is so weird. It's like all the hair that Harry Osborn from Spider-Man, Harry Osborn? Norman Osborn, has all that weird kind of like textured hair that doesn't make any sense. It's going to be rendered. It should be done with this different line weight. Details, man. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Ensign. Doing my best. As you can see from the amount of like detail that goes into this piece, when I had that ink spill, there was a moment where I was like, I wonder if I can come up with a faster idea. But this was one of Syl's favorite ideas. And it's in the story. I'm actually drawing some pages in this issue that are from this sequence. So getting it right makes sense. There, cherub. Thanks so much, Syl. I'm quite happy with it so far myself, knock on wood. This would be a color thing because the light's going to come from above. Both the top of B and Ari's hair is going to be, there's going to be a rim light along the top of them. So when this goes down to that very light gray, This is going to be more like a white highlight hitting the top of his black hair and her blonde hair with these braids. And I think there's going to be some light seeking out, so I'll get some like highlights on tops of her titties, since that seems to be a thing that people are concerned about. Got to get them titties all properly lit. And we got candles. We got that there. This comes down more. Let that go. I probably will bring the ruler out just to go with a very faint 0-1 line around here, and I'm going to go back in with just freehand it. I don't want to screw it up. So the candles are roughly the same height. I'm going to probably push them higher or lower, depending on what tangent they're sitting next to. Now, just deciding what I want to work on next. I got this fade down. I may want to do that fade down while the memory of how I handled this statue is fresh in my mind. Then I got to draw more of these stupid owl things, and also the lines here. So yeah, it might be better for me to go onto this side. Got to be careful around all these background details. I don't want them to distract too much from the characters in the foreground. And again, I'm going to probably turn them all into color holds. Some bare minimum line element estimates for, so I have areas where I know I get a color around. Yeah, when a piece gets this complex, everything gets picky. 10 o'clock, 2 hours, people. 2 hours till New Year's. Maybe I'll go across here. I'll finish the rest of the midground and Henri's head. So at least we have both characters' heads drawn now. Couldn't remember. I don't think we have flashback to Henri when he was this young, so it made him a little more muscular than he is in the book. The idea that before he became Beatrice's lover and tally master. I almost said tallywhacker. That would have got me in trouble. Just wanted to get the idea that he's older in the book now because time has passed. Even though I think being Bee's sidekick, her oracle, I think that's it. I think that's a term still used. Probably retards his aging a certain amount, but kind of like the idea of something being fresher around his face in that time of his life. and that maybe B kind of took that away from him and from her other oracles in the past. Oh yeah, oracle. Okay, I remember correctly. Eventually. Man, I drew her hand way too big here. Well, that's what I was thinking about. I mean, it's like you don't become the oracle and have to essentially count all these deaths, and not have it affect you at all. I mean, it's not like she's doing it to him. It's like the job's doing it to him. The role that he's willing to take on to be with her is doing it to him, and ultimately, it's what took her away from him. So, I mean, it's like we're seeing the wear and tear with Ava. I think we'd be seeing that with Henri a little bit more, because he does seem to be a lot more sensitive than Beatrice was at the time. I mean, I think Beatrice entered the role. Excuse me if I'm reading into it, like, but this is how I'm taking it. Beatrice entered her role with a lot more anger and desire to do things with the newfound powers, whereas Ava just kind of like, what the fuck is happening to me? What? So. And because they're in the timeline, so this is around 20 years ago, I think you'd have like a bit of a fade. Yeah, so that's literally what I'm thinking about with like Henri. I mean, he almost in the current look, he's almost like a willowy thin former butler. Whereas I kind of want the idea of him starting out as being like uh, physically more vital, more powerful, and then losing that over time because I mean, like he has time to work out. I don't think so. Now, I'm not trying to get drunk this evening, but I do would like to have a bit of a buzz on by the time midnight hits. So I'm drinking a little bit faster than I was earlier. So I might have to take another short break to refill my ice because I'm going through it pretty darn quickly. So it's her feet kind of like just dangling off of the edge of the altar here. Tempted to paint her toenails, but I don't think she'd be that type of person. Flowers in the foreground. I think these little bits of flowers might be too much. Just this one bouquet right here, unless I pull it right up. I kind of want to have the shadow of Henri's leg coming down too. Like this. But, oh, it's not even on the camera. Sorry. Sorry, people. See, that would be the benefit of like having like a host or another artist on board whenever I'm like doing this, is like they can go, hey man, you're off camera. Should I move this? I know I was going to go over here, but I ended up doing these figures. My God, I'm so terrible at this. I don't want to put the camera so far back you see the whole image, but then you really can't see any details. What do we have on that part of the shelf? So that's coming up there. The shoulders, so there's going to be lines like that. Are we talking about the toenail polish? I don't know. She's very European. I don't know if she. Well, I'm gonna color her toenails dark now because you said why not. I mean, you made her, so you get to have final say and all that stuff. I was just thinking it'd be like it'd be weird enough for her to adapt to like shaving everything. Let me get this chair up here because his head's in a weird angle. Man, Man, these wings are weird. I mean, not as weird as real angels. Well, you know what I mean. Biblically accurate angels that we're seeing everyone posting everywhere nowadays, like giant six-winged eyeballs in rings. I mean, really, really crazy. There was a discussion when I was starting in Second Coming, and I was talking with Molly. I don't think I ended up having this discussion with Mark, but I was talking with Molly about like what the angels should look like. Should we go for biblically accurate angels? And the decision was kind of like we arrived at the idea that enough of the readership would be looking at these things and not being able to figure out what they were looking at, even if we said they were angels. There's people upset that I didn't make Jesus darker or lighter. So that's where we're at there. So going full on and doing biblically accurate, terrifying angels, despite the fact that Mark got it right. Every time something divine shows up, it says, "Don't be afraid," because they're terrifying looking. I mean, if you want like nightmare fuel, look up biblically accurate angels. So I ended up making a whole bunch of like, I think, different creative decisions. I mean, I decided that since God's so nonplussed that the idea of a Superman from an alien planet is around and in the story, that aliens are a universal thing, so that there are variations of heaven in other worlds where God created life. So I populated heaven with aliens, as well as humans and like smart animals. Like there's like flying whales and orcas and stuff like that in some of the few holy scenes. And Leonard's done some like great follow up on that too. So I love how Leonard, like, he'll take a ball and he'll just run with it. It's great. I don't know where I was going with that, but it's like, yeah, I decided base Angel Michael and Miles Davis, because of the horn thing. That was fun. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where we're going to go at the end of it, because twice now Mark's given me an outline for what's coming in the next story arc of Second Coming, and then we end up doing something completely different. By the time he gets all his writing worked out there, it happens. Now I believe that's coming down like that, so I'm going to do a little that, and then we got some crazy ass light hitting in here, creating a shadow under this. Strong shadow. Man, lighting's doing really weird stuff in this part of the sculpture. So we do have those. We have the indication of Jesus's leg coming down to there. We got shows into there. This 01 might be starting to die. Ink's not flowing the way it should. Yeah, it's the longer Death Tally goes, the more complex everything's getting. Um, which is why I'm kind of happy that when I get my turn to write Beatrice, we're setting it in, I think pre-war Paris or pre-war Berlin. With a cult determined to kidnap Beatrice because they see her as death. And if they control her, then they can control who lives or dies. Turns out they don't know shit. They screwed up. And she punishes them accordingly, which is, all well and good. Go heavier down here, and I think I'm going to do some rendering down here. It's going to get darker on his body. So that little rendering I got here on the side of his cheek, I'm going to have some of that rendering kick in on the underside of his forearm, the underside of lower back, the underside of his leg, and his shin. Just an issue of skin color to make sure that I respect the value change. Paris. That's what I thought. Yeah, because I got my reference files for Paris set there, so that's what I was thinking there. But New Year's Eve memory not working 100% yet. Whew. 10:30, hour and a half. Oh my gosh. I think I need to take a few minutes, top up my ice because then I'm not drinking pure alcohol. Top up my ice, and I will be back in another 5 minutes if that's okay with everybody. Where did I throw that pad? The beef back in 5 thing. I had it handy. I'm gonna put her somewhere. There it is. There we go. Back in 5, everybody. And I'm back. No, Sylv is in the Midwest US. I don't think she's been outside the US. Can't recall. I don't think so. I mean, apart from Canada for a brief visit. Oh, man. Okay, so cherub's done. Jesus' figure. Mary, gotta redo. I gotta ink that hand so I can go back in with a certain surety. I do the white paint later. See, a little bit of white paint will get rid of those lines while I make sure make the hand pop. So that's good. That's good. I'm happy with that. Filter around with that. Kind of want a straight line that goes there, but doesn't have to be too organically straight. So I'm just gonna go like that. A bunch more lines down here too, so I'm just gonna quickly sketch these out. Now, as adverse as I am to drawing lines with a ruler, sometimes a fast ruler drawn line is less visually attractive to the person looking at something. So sometimes a fast, very light line in the background element is actually better for a piece than I think this is where this cuts off here. So this cuts off here too. It's sometimes better than my hand-drawn rough organic lines because they'll actually be thicker and draw more attention to them than I want them to. Especially since this is going to be covered with scribbled rendering for value. I'll make them pop a bit more, and I got to do all the gold relief statue. I think of Jesus being lifted from the tomb or brought down from the cross. I can't remember which one he is there on this piece. They don't have to be accurate, but they have to have a sense of place and that they belong where they're going. So I was going to draw their clothes on this. In fact, the earlier version, their clothes were draped over this, but then they just didn't read. They just didn't read as if there was clothes. It just looked like lumps. And there was an idea earlier to have the clothes hanging off of things. And then I realized if I had the clothes hanging off of things, we have too much of a case of these like hanging off of the cherub. Not enough people know what the altar of Notre Dame looks like. So if I'm hiding any of the important aspects of it, it screws up the entire point of the exercise. So yeah, tricky decision making through the whole thing. Now this is an organic cloth sitting on top of it, so that has to be freehand. And I'm going to use the 01, and hopefully it's got ink in it. Yeah, this is running out of ink. Draw a slow line, it comes up fine, but as soon as I start going fast, the ink's not flowing fast enough. Oh, shit. Sorry. There we go. Bottom again. There we go. That's true. Baltimore is like a really remarkable city. I was there last year with my son for Baltimore Comic Con, and got to see more of the city than the last time I was in Baltimore. And although I had crabs at this one place that were just amazing, but the city itself is like such a confluence of weird architecture choices and other things. So there we go. All right, so the closer we get to midnight, the more I'm realizing I don't know if I'm going to finish it all tonight. I might have to finish this tomorrow morning. But now, so the figures are done except for bits. There's part of me that wants to at least finish this column on this side, and then maybe stained glass here. I know I could do a column in like this section. Tightening all the screws, see if the camera will stay put. Part of me knows I can do this area up here down to about here in the statue, just like on this side. So maybe I should do that, and then contemplate doing more with, yeah, terrifying slums. Well, America's so full of so many terrifying slums. It's a true sadness that the American dream is just not happening for so many people living there. Just basically the rich people fix the game, and there's nothing anyone else can do about it. So yeah, I think I'm gonna work up here and see if I can finish at least this side like I did on this side before we run out. Yeah, it's really weird. I didn't really digress too much, did I? I mean, I took like 5 minutes to draw hair on a separate piece of paper, and I took 2 5-minute breaks. I don't even think the second break was 5 minutes. So maybe I'm just slow in my dotage. As I actually, so I'm a Capricorn, right? So if that matters to anyone. Astrology doesn't matter that much to me, but I've known so many people who are like so heavily in astrology. It's like you absorb it, but so yeah. My birthday is in less than 2 weeks. Turning 56. Ugh, it feels old to me. It is old, but feels old. I saw a stand-up comedian talking about, the lie of middle age. I said, you're really middle aged when you're 36, because most people don't live much past 70. So telling people they're middle aged when they're in their 50s is a lie, to get them to keep working. I mean, I'm a part of this culture enough that I don't know what I would do with myself if someone said, "Oh, you don't have to draw anymore." I'd keep drawing, man. That's just who I am. Why am I doing this with a 1? I should be using a 3. There we go. So I'm going to keep working until midnight, even if I don't finish this. Yeah, I know. It's like, so you think about middle age got pegged so long ago, and yet everyone keeps on thinking that, you're not middle aged until you're in your 50s. I mean, luckily, most of my relatives died in their 70s or older. I think my grandmother lived 79. I can't remember. My grandfather died younger, but he had terrible health problems going through pretty much the entire time I knew him. I mean, he was a dry drunk, which is not a good thing. Basically, he controlled his drinking out of like fear of his wife. And when it looked like she was like giving in to senile dementia, he was so terrified that they weren't literally just going to take her off his hands, because he was in no shape to take care of a woman who was going through that. That I think he scared himself to death. He was in much better shape than my grandmother at that time, mentally. But just the idea of taking care of her when she was having all sorts of weird, almost delusional experiences. Like one time she was convinced someone was trying to come in the apartment that they were staying in near the end, and there was no way anyone was doing that. We checked. And and then she would like do really weird freak out things where it's like if he slipped and fell, because he's an old, out of shape man, he'd slip and he'd fall and he couldn't get up on his own. She would scream at him that he had to get up or they'd take him away and put him in a home. Which, gotta say, not a great motivator, my grandmother. So he ended up, I think he just needed to give up, and he did. And I think that put him in his late 60s. He was a few years younger than her. And she lived, I think, like 5 years past him. The last couple of years, I don't even think she recognized anyone the last couple of years. She just smiled a lot and understood that we were family of some sort. Like she had like the vague understanding of what was going on. But she was not there. She was not there. So hopefully I won't experience that, or they'll have some sort of medical cure for it when I get there. But goddamn, I'm 56. I wanna at least have, like, I think about like some of my friends like Howard Chaykin, who's in his 70s and he's trucking along. He's doing the Fargo graphic novel, for crying out loud. I want to keep drawing projects until I croak. Ideally, I would finish the last page of my last project and then pass away the next day. I think that would be ideal. If it turns out I end up developing something like Alzheimer's, like Sir Terry Pratchett did, I would probably do something along the lines of what he did. I'd probably commit suicide. Um, at a time and place of my choosing, so I could uh, enjoy what time I have to the best of my ability. Okay, so the hands where I'm planning to shift to the lighter pen. So let me go back up here. We define the parameters of this foreground pillar. And I can do this arc coming back here that runs into the pillar. This on camera, good. Well, luckily I don't have to draw a lot of these weird, stupid owls. There's this big curly Q curve here. Yeah, dry brush for sure going on this. I'll probably mask it off with Post-it notes for the stained glass, but dry brush definitely for all this stuff coming down here. I really want to push this back, make the crucifix glow. Might even do some white splatter on the crucifix near the end. So I have this coming down there. So that's just where the other pens are going to take over. We have a column here. The other pen take over. And the stupid owl thingy. Pretty sure they're not owls, but they look like it. So they're so inconsistent. I might be like seeing something that's not really there. Oops, sorry. Butt of the camera, did I move it way off? No. There you go. Just push that back a little bit more. Gets really dark around this. Yeah, go really dark there. Stays pretty dark all around behind the pillar. So again, around here, gonna drop off the value. That fills in quite nicely. Okay, I think I'm feeling a little bit of a buzz. So that's good. I mean, I put so little rum in my first couple of drinks that I realized I wasn't going to feel anything. So I doubled it with the last one, and I maintain it for the second this which might be my last one. Oh my God, just an hour left? Crap. Just flying so fast now, isn't it? This sign is completely different from the other side with the owls. I mean, similar shapes, but I'm not seeing the same detail elements. It's almost like they're a whole bunch of like curlicued, like little floral elements. So strange. All right, let's get this statue. The black statue on this side. So I don't think anyone answered. Oh, it's New Year. Someone in the East Coast or on the coastal region. What's an hour ahead of Toronto? I think the Maritimes are only 30 minutes ahead. But regardless, Happy New Year, Jim. I hope 2023 was better than you than it was the most, and 2024 will be better for you than any other year previous. So these statues, I actually tried to find more detailed photographs of them so I could render them more effectively, despite being essentially silhouettes of black polished marble against the background here. But I could not. My Google foo failed me. But luckily, I placed this statue so close to the edge, that much of it's going to be cropped off. So I don't have to worry about being too accurate. And this one, similarly, about that much is going to be cropped off. So they're just going to be these dark shapes near the edge of the cover, which will read as shapes. And if people know what I've drawn, they're going to go, "Oh yeah, that's those statues there." But if they don't, it's not going to matter. Just not going to matter. There's another pedestal. There's a foot peeking out. There's a gap. And there's another foot that's off the page. Cool. I went faster than I thought. What part to work on next? 1 hour left. grab another one, see if maybe it's the pen's dying, because I'm not happy with the line quality I'm getting at the moment. Brand new, fresh number 01. Oh yeah, that was the pen. So it's still got ink in it, so I'll use it for something, but let's put it aside while I render this. This is gonna go. Everyone can see that? What are you doing here? Okay, good. Now I'm like overwhelmed with the micro choices I got to make. Normally at this point, I would like when I feel myself super scattered, looking every single different direction for something to do. I'd probably take a break and do something else. Don't really want to do that. I'm going to keep working right through to midnight, like I said I was going to. So I'm like going, oh God, what should I do? What should I do? Yeah. Some of the detail in this fabric sorted. Especially now I decided there's a weird shape way in the foreground here that I traced off initially, not knowing what it was. And it just doesn't work. So it's gone. It's going away. Same with the flowers that are like right here. There's a nice bouquet of flowers in my photo reference. And it's right there. And I have no use for it. This much at the bottom. See, the thing is the scale of the statue and getting the figures. I mean, the figures are bigger than they should be. So I'm kind of like forcing the perspective a bit. Just so they're readable. I mean, they're going to be small enough on the cover as it is, but important. But that means other slightly less important visuals on the side are really gonna be a problem. So I have to start visually editing now, and something I feel more comfortable doing as a result of having to do this more than once. It's a good thing. Maybe I could do stained glass stuff for like, I could just kill. No, I have a feeling I'm talking through my thinking process here. Um, I'd much rather spend an hour on this now than have to steal another hour from something else tomorrow. Like I'd like to be able to like just finish it first thing in the morning, like whatever details, scan it, send it to my flatter, and then be able to color it, and then it's done. Um, Let me focus on the stained glass stuff. It's all up here. It's all going to be fine detail work. It's none of it's really hard drawing. It's just simulating stained glass drawing. So I can easily, fill this time. Let me take this off here now. There we go. As you can see, there's even some textures in the cross. I could just do bullshit textures on the cross too. Which would be kind of fun. But I might want to do that with the dry brush instead, like just mask off Mary here and then just have, I could do this. It's that weird trend. I've talked about it before, where it's like if I'm drawing in a super shallow angle with the pen, it's like a dry brush fine line effect, which I like a lot. It allows me to put almost like ghost lines where it's still there. Viewer still sees it. I still see it, but it's so subtle it doesn't like overwhelm and take away from something. So, but anyway, yeah. Let me do just focus on the stained glass stuff because it's so weird. It's just a whole bunch of almost abstract shapes. I'm going to be coloring it all with color holds and stuff. So as long as I get a sense of those shapes showing up. And really what I'm going to do is, just in case you're curious, after I scan it and then create line art, what I'm going to do is there's going to be like the flats layer, and I'll tweak the flats to make it more precise. Because I mean, no flatter is going to know exactly what I was thinking about when I'm doing this stuff. Because my work is so sloppy and everything. So I always have to do a bunch of like corrections and adjustments to bring it to where I need it to be. And that's also part of the benefit of like working with a regular flatter is they start to learn what you do. So once you have a good relationship with the flatter, you stick with them, especially if you color your own stuff. I think it's important. But so what I'm going to do is there's going to be a line art area if anyone's worked in Photoshop before. And in the line art, what I'm going to do is I'm looking at my reference. I'm going to just color, like just go and color hold the line art. So like it'll be blue, it'll be red, it'll be yellow. Like the primaries is what the primaries are what they primarily used. The primary colors are what they mainly used in stained glass from this era. And so I got to get that across. And then in the color layer, I'm going to use a soft brush and use the same color as what I've changed the line art for to just drop in bits of color against a little bit of a lighter background. And the combination of the both should give me the nice stained glass effect with like light coming through it. So it'll be different. So I can just do these squiggly lines that kind of emulate the shapes that I can see in my reference. but I'm not going to be beholden to them too much. If it looks like stained glass, I think it's looking like stained glass. If it looks like stained glass independent ink, then I don't have to do a whole lot of real drawing. This is not a detailed study of the stained glass. It's the background for an people, having sex in a church. So you gotta maintain where your priorities are visually. So if I get shapes in this pattern that feels right, the final image should end up looking perfectly fine as like stained glass art. Especially with all the color effects I'm going to be doing on top of it. Everything's always aimed at the end result, to my mind. I want this to be like every cover I do. I want to be the best cover I've done. Now, I wish that was always the result. It's not, sadly, but that's always the goal. Every cover I want to do, I want it to be the best thing I've done. And I'm pretty happy with this one so far, knock on wood. I gotta say, the Death Tally covers, one of the big perks of the Death Tally covers is the amount of freedom I get to come up with these images for the most part. Don't get that a lot in any of the industries I worked in. And this is also the hand line is where I'm like going to be letting go and drawing less and less. So it'll just be like light glowing through. So even though these squiggly lines aren't really depicting anything that's in the stained glass that's decorating Notre Dame, and who knows, it might be doing new stained glass since this photo was taken, because everything burned down and collapsed since then. So very few people are going to be able to gainsay my crude depictions of the stained glass. It does help. It does help. There's going to be some texture in the cross, but it's going to be, by the time it gets colored, it's going to be incredibly subtle. Because it's I don't know if it's painted gold or it's coated in gold, but it's very much a golden crucifix, and gold tends to react to light a little differently. So that's why there's these very subtle lines I'm like dropping everywhere. It's just the usual way metals take light, especially polished but still dull metals. I might even go in with white paint and like remove some of these lines I'm adding here near the bottom where it's yeah, look how much flow I'm getting out of this line now than there was before. So much better. shadow here on the shelf and the altar, or the statue behind the altar. Push the figures forward too. All right, that's marble, so it's got those weird lines going across it. Something almost like right on that line there in the background. Some sort of like screen. I'm gonna drop and move it around a bit. I like how the cross leads right down. I mean, the photo reference has a cross sitting above Mary's head exactly like that. But in terms of like centralizing the whole image, I mean, she opened it up, but everything pointing down to these two figures, the main figures. And I like the idea of a little bit of a gradation in the background of the cross, which will make Mary pop forward. So very likely use my gradations rubber stamp to just get that in there a bit more. Won't be that subtle, but it'll be there. One of the things I'm also changing is showing a little bit more of the altar surface. So I'm going to have to BS the candle bases a little bit. It's not an issue, really. They're not that significant. In fact, I'm probably going to do my little, you know, when I find some of my work where I do like a little box, and I degrade it a lot, and then my name goes in there. I'll probably do that, and I'll probably drop it right on top of one of the base of the stamps as the candles, so I don't have to worry about being too accurate with the perspective there. Artist cheating tips. Sign the work in a place where you don't want people to look at what you did there. I could get away with just doing like almost like with the stained glass here, but doing that with the gold relief sculpture here with Jesus being removed from the tomb, because I covered all the good stuff. All this detail, like some trees here and some figures here. I don't think they particularly matter that much. But anyway, that's for something else. Let me go back over here and finish some more of this stained glass tomfoolery. One of the things about my work that I've intentionally developed is the sketchiness. And the main reason for that is I fell in love with, so that's a weird way to use it, but when I first started seeing wartime artists' work, where they were like trying to document what was happening with the soldiers in wartime, the spontaneity, the quickness, the kind of like it's alive look that was like right there in that art, all of that, the really good stuff. Like John Singer Sargent did some, whole bunch of my favorite artists did. And Sargent was the first one that I discovered did that. That was my first exposure to wartime art. And I feel that the less polished and the more immediate my work is, the more to me it feels like I'm capturing the action and telling a story. So it's very much intentional that I'm like being sketchy and loose and spontaneous and not being worrying too much about the details. Not from a laziness aspect, although that's probably there. But the sense that it feels like I might actually be an artist there drawing that sequence for the viewer to see. So I tend to approach all my comic stuff thinking that I'm some sort of half-assed war artist. I'm drawing sequences that are happening in real time, even though I'm not. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's I'm trying to be the artist as camera before cameras were existed and were used instead of war artists. And it's probably more true in something like the Conan strip I'm doing for Savage Sword, where it's like I really want everything to feel like it's just happening spontaneously, and we're the viewer's getting like an immediate reaction to it. The more polished and finished and slick my work ever gets, the less life I felt it had in it. So, I mean, it's like occasionally I find that I have to, the best solution is something of a slick, finished, polished uber piece where all the details are there, but it takes a lot of convincing for me to consider that that's the best result. It's kind of like when I was coming up, I mean, Alex Ross had literally just become a superstar just as I was starting to break into comics. In fact, I mean, I'd seen his Terminator stuff. I'd seen some stuff he did here and there, like little bits. But I was literally working on my first book at Marvel as Marvels was coming out. The project he did with Kurt Busiek, the photorealistic watercolor book of the history of the Marvel Universe through the eyes of a photojournalist. And that was perfect use of his work. And I love Alex's. I think he's an incredibly talented painter. But I find the adherence to photorealism in comics is gets in the way of the immediacy of comics. In many ways, I prefer cartoons, like actual real cartoony work, like Toth, and people of that ilk. So I find that the more you get the reader to meet you on the way to the final story or the final art, the better the experience is. So it's like I prefer a looser sense of realism, but enough to let the reader know exactly what they're looking at. Oh, this gets really shadowy behind the candles there, doesn't it? I could go dark here again. I could go light and then back into dark. Let the candles and the altar pop. I think I'll do that. Oh, didn't finish this stained glass one here. I was thinking, oh my God, I finished the stained glass. I didn't. All right, so the stained glass is done. What's left is all the stuff here along the bottom, which is off camera. There we go. Yeah, the sort of like Hal Foster, Prince Valiant type of approach was perfect for use of Alex Ross. I think Hal Foster was a brilliant draftsman, but a mediocre cartoonist. And just like I think Alex Ross is an incredible painter, but not a very good comic book artist. And before that, hopefully he doesn't piss anyone off. But my saying that comes from the fact that I think the more realistic the art gets, the harder it gets to get into the story, because you're looking at literal images that are so realistic, you start seeing the reality of it, as opposed to imagining how the reality works, which is an important thing to me. I really think, like with a good book, the writer makes you imagine the sequences as opposed to didactically telling you everything. So I feel that the best comic art takes you about 70% of the way to the story, and the reader provides the other 30%, and it forces them to engage in the story in a specific way. Hopefully that wasn't too pompous sounding. Yeah. Yeah, I'm turning 56, man. I'm like, oh my God. I feel so old. Every time I think about like becoming an age, I mean, I think most people experience this. There's this sense of like, I feel like I'm still 20 years younger, even though I'm not. I mean, all the real age things have kicked in, of course, but it's like I'm going, well, hold it, I can't be that. Oh God, I am. I am 56. So, yeah, that's what's happening to me on the 12th. So, camera good. Yeah, I think my favorite cartoonists are comic artists, I should say, even if they're working on a realistic basis, like say Garcia Lopez or Stuart Immonen. Um, the less reliant on that realism, the better. I prefer my comic book artists to be cartoonists. Who's like, I mean, and honestly, I'm actually quite jealous of like pure cartoonists who don't deal with realism at all. There's some stuff I look at and I go, oh my God, how do they get it? Like Chris Samney. I mean, he's got that beautiful minimal toast style down, like down, but he's made it his own. And I'm like, I'm so jealous. I mean, there's a part of me that I know I could study their style, excuse me, and I could emulate it and, just do that. Um, but the idea of copying someone else's style to make a career just doesn't appeal to me at all. I don't know how, like, I think there was a whole bunch of guys around the Image era that were basically spent their careers just aping whoever was the hottest artist at the moment. Some of them still working too, but it's like that artist, they call him Porn Face. I'm blanking on his name, properly so. I shouldn't be, bitching out other creators while I'm on my stream. But it's like, if like I'm here, I'm using reference. I'm clearly using reference. But I think I've stylized and simplified the reference enough so that it feels like an environment more than, even though I did trace parts of my reference, I don't want it to feel like it's traced, if that makes sense. I want it to feel like an organic, drawn experience in storytelling. And there's also a chance. I mean, it could be I'm so much in my own head on this that I'm not achieving what I'm hoping I'm achieving. I may not be getting that cartooniness the way I want to. I think I am. I think I'm objective enough about my work to know when it's working or not after all this time. But yeah, I think it's important to be as true to the artist you feel you need to be to make the best comics that you feel are good comics. I can go darker there. Just 3. Here we go. Greg Land, yeah. It's yeah, I mean, I don't begrudge anyone a career and a fan base. I think it's perfectly fine that he's out there and editors want to hire him and that there's people out there who want to buy his comics. And his comics must be doing reasonably well because he keeps getting work. But it's not my cup of tea, as it were. I want that. Okay, so those are reading all right. Then here we go. There's going to be some more shadows under here, and then all the alter details, which all these weird. It's a really weird alter detail. All right, I know I'm signing in there. So this is going to come down there, the candle there. Because I could do the stamp now. I could draw the stamp out now, and then ink around it, or I can just ink everything and then put it down in the acid-free Post-it note. Yeah, it sticks permanent. Not Post-it note, but crack and peel paper. So I could do that. I'll get this darker too. It's close to the foreground, so let's get this darker. Not reading as dark. I'm gonna kind of crosshatch here. I like the idea of more of a dark band coming across here, making the figures pop. Yeah, that pushes them to the foreground a bit more. And with this being a dark gold color, I might actually do the dark shapes that are in that gold relief sculpture here in the background, and then go over top of it with more vertical rendering just to push it back and push these characters forward. And then the horizontal bar, the shadow underneath the drapery on the altar will help too. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the crack and peel after. That way I can just focus on drawing this right. And then place it as needed after. I like that. Otherwise, a talented guy. Well, I mean, he wouldn't have a career. I remember, oh my God. Okay, this is weird. So, this is late 90s, I think. And Greg Land had just finished God, what's his name? Robin becomes the new superhero. Nightwing. He just did a Nightwing series with Denny O'Neil, and no one at DC was giving him work. Because I mean, it was like so heavily photo referenced. It was like I can see why people were just kind of like, oh, Neil Adams isn't huge right now, apart from Neil Adams. So why the hell would we give someone who essentially looks like second-rate Neil Adams? So I was sitting next to Archie Goodwin, just shooting the shit at a con, and Greg came up and he asked me to look at his portfolio. And I was like, dude, I mean, I know you're working and you can do it. And I gave him my opinions, which of course he didn't utilize at all. Why should he? I mean, he's clearly a much bigger, important figure in comics than I am right now. So he didn't have to listen to me. But all my advice was pretty much what I just said about approaching my own work. I said you got to make it feel like it's natural and it's not like super stylized. And the goal is to give the reader an experience in the reading of the comic book that they won't get from TV, they won't get from a movie. And I just said, just think about like Bill Sienkiewicz on New Mutants. All that stuff that only could work because of the way Bill drew it. I mean, that's the control an artist has over the page. So utilize that control. So that's my thing. I don't go as far as Bill does. Sometimes I wish I could. And he just did this wonderful little skull painting that he posted online for New Year's. Apparently it was a commission for a friend's sketchbook. And I just like looking at it and it's just like, oh my God, so beautiful. And he does that all the time. He just comes out with this stuff all the time. Because he's so dedicated to being out there and doing energetic, wonderful things and not being limited by what other people think. And Dave McKean's got the same thing too. I love. Yeah, his Fantastic Greg Land's Fantastic Four was something, man. It was certainly something. You just won the Laugh of the Day award. Didn't know there was one, but now there is. You got me going. It's very much a case of I think when someone reads a comic I've drawn, first off, I don't want to be taking all the attention. So I really have a feeling that comics are best when the artist is almost invisible, which seems to be weird after all the way you just said about cartooning and stylizing everything. I think at the end of the day, it's like it's okay for having someone say, "Oh God, I love the art that you did." But when they're reading the story, I want them to forget that they're reading the story. I just want them to read the story and enjoy it. That's my beef with hyper realistic artists for the most part. I'm gonna go super dark on this side. And that pushes them forward more. I love it. I love it. Oh my God, 20 minutes left. It's hey, and you realize that too. Yeah, Brian, weirdly enough, when he cartoons a little bit more, I like his work better. He started out as an Alan Davis clone. And to be honest, I prefer Alan Davis to Brian Hitch. The Hems and Laces. Yeah. Yeah, I'm give me the cartoonier guys. Give me Chris Bacalo before he forgot how to tell a story. Give me Howard Chaykin, of course, Howard Chaykin. I mean, I got some Howard work up on my wall here. Give me Frazetta. A lot of people mistakenly think he was photorealistic when he was anything but. He stylized the hell out of everything. Give me Bernie Wrightson. Give me Mike Mignola. Give me John Buscema. Give me all these artists who created worlds with their drawings and did great stories, and their art was great on top of it. They didn't become invisible by being painfully generic. They became invisible because the story was so well told that you had to keep reading it And only after you can, oh, I'm going to go back and look in that page. Oh, I'm going to go back and look in that page. Comic artist's job is to tell the story. That's the most important aspect of the job, at least to my mind. I mean, there's always people out there who are convinced that comics are the way for them to become celebrities, which I'm like, really? I mean, honestly, if you want to be a celebrity, I can think of like 10 jobs you're better off doing than comics. Yeah, I'm drawing these things. I'm just going to put a sticker on after my signature, but I'm happy with it. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I love Hate Kids. I haven't picked up the latest volume yet because I keep missing issues because it's criminally under ordered everywhere. So I'm just going to get the trade for the last one, which I think is done. I think it's out. I have to double check. I'm so terrible at keeping track of this shit. But yeah, I love what Howard Stylization, Mike Stylization. My friend Michael Ringo, I was so jealous of his beautiful cartoony style. He kind of hated it, so it gave him hated in the sense that it made it hard for him to get certain assignments that he wanted to do. I remember one time we're talking, and he was talking about being offered the Punisher. This is close to when he died, and not understanding what the hell he was supposed to do with the Punisher. And I told him they offered it to you to make it your own, so make it your own. And he did some beautiful work on the Punisher, of course, because he's Michael Ringo, and he was amazing. So heartbroken when he passed. This is gonna get all dark in here. Wow, I was worried I wasn't even going to get this far at one point around 11. Hey, Cosmic Mermaid Witch. Happy New Year to you, too. Yeah, Punisher's garbage. I feel that Marvel is terrified of losing any IP. So they're hanging on to the Punisher despite the fact they know it's an albatross around their neck. I think the Punisher is good for one story, and they still haven't told it. I mean, because he's a character who's so fucked up. The only exit for him is dying, and they ain't killing him. So that kind of like, I mean, it should be an evergreen book. I mean, get a really solid writer and say, we're going to give you 200 pages. Give us the final Punisher story. That's going to be good. Put all the pressure on them too. We're going to give you 200 pages. We're going to give you super solid artist, unless they get a writer artist, but Marvel doesn't seem to really give a shit about them anymore. And give us the best possible final Punisher story, and do it all in one. Give us the best possible Punisher story you can do, and then keep it in print. That's your Punisher. You don't, and then every time someone wants to pull the Punisher out of like mothballs, it's some asshole who's pretending to be the Punisher, and he gets wiped out right away by some crazy vigilante group. It's like the scene in second Batman movie where he's like, there's wannabe vigilantes, and we're doing the same thing you're doing. He said, no, you're not. You're wearing hockey pads. I mean, established the Punisher was like a one-off hero. Can't really call him a hero because he's based on the Executioner, but establish he's a one-off guy that won't be around ever again. Holy crap. So okay, so I've done everything I want to do in the stained glass. I haven't done the dry brushing up there, but that feels like a daytime thing. All I really have to do is like all this noodling detail underneath here. Yeah, it's noodling detail. So maybe I'll do that. Thank you so much, Cosmic. Daredevil kills Punisher and feels bad about it. Well, guilty. He is Catholic. He's got to feel guilt. And that would work. I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with Captain America arresting the Punisher, saying soldiers should do better than this, and then Punisher gets killed in prison during a prison riot. But let's say he gets killed in a prison riot, saving people's lives. The Punisher, I mean, honestly, you think about the origins with like those weird right-wing executioner novels with like the over-the-top, almost James Bondification of extra legal criminal task force that he started up. I mean, that was like that's adolescent wish fulfillment in the worst sort. And the Punisher's been around so long enough that most of his fans are adults. We shouldn't be inflicting the Punisher on kids today. He's a character out of time. It's like, what is he now? Is he an Iraq war vet? Is he an Afghanistan war vet? I mean, considering how long it took the U.S. to get out of there, he could be either. I mean, put him in Afghanistan in the early aughts, and he's on the timeline now. But it's like what he becomes doesn't make sense because the criminals aren't like that anymore. They don't do mass shootings like that. Or the people who do mass shootings, they're doing drive-bys. So he wouldn't be against organized crime. He'd be against gang crime, which is a total different thing, and it's usually driven by poverty. The Punisher doesn't make sense anymore, man. I wouldn't be surprised if Sylva crashed because she usually gets up like stupidly early in the morning because of her job, her day job. Okay, I guess I gotta do this shit down here. So here I go doing this shit down here. I'm not doing the flower. Luckily, I've cropped it in such a way I'm not going to have to draw that much. That's great. Because most of the stuff's going to be black under here, and it's going to make them pop forward even more. Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of characters I think they should be shelved. I get how, every single thing is a property and they want everything to make money, um, or potentially make money, no matter like how poor it does in comics. But let these characters like go into hibernation. Maybe 10 years from now is the right time for the Punisher to come back. But right now, Punisher, they now have a blonde Orion Punisher now. I don't think he's a racist, but they just made him blonde. Um, uh, does anyone care? I know that Punisher has a fan base, but I mean, does anyone actually care? And I think that's a bigger drive for like whether or not they should do these characters. Um, didn't they at one point do Punisher kills the Marvel Universe? I mean, that tells you something about how damaged the presence of the Punisher is. I remember being quite upset when it got to the point where the Punisher was doing team ups with Captain America, and I can see a one-off story where it's like, okay, he's with Captain America, but Captain America kind of solves the Punisher because the Punisher is a problem. He's a criminal and he's killing people. Um, that's there's no way Captain America rolls with that. And this is me. I'm not a superhero fan anymore. I mean, I if they're really real well done, I'll watch them. I like some of the superhero movies that we get, but I'm not. I'm thinking if I was like in charge of Marvel and I was wondering about what was going to happen for kids, I wouldn't be doing like the Joe Quesada. Okay, no one smokes anymore. I would be, get rid of the fucking Punisher, get rid of all the executioner type characters that really do not deserve. So the shadows go like this. Sorry, I'm going to digress because I plot out the. So it's coming down here. So it's going to be all black. Okay, so this is shadow for his calf. Sorry, had to get that sorted. This is going to be all black here. Probably going to go out with like heavy 03 lines, and then yeah, that'll be my approach to this. Showa. Well, when I'm done, when I scan it and color it, I'll post it if that's okay, Sylph. Or do you mean like to do like pull the camera back so you can see the whole piece? 5 minutes till I'm done my stream, so that would be what I would do. I hear fireworks going off already. People are doing their fireworks. Yeah, I really like that. The movies are hit and miss for me. I usually enjoy them for the distractions they are. I don't go into a Marvel movie the same way some people go into a Scorsese movie. They want to be like enraptured by everything, and it's like that ain't gonna happen. Let me do this here. Here we go. You're starting fireworks early. It's you got 4 minutes left of 2023. Quick, everyone, tell me your secret desires for 2024. I hear kids screaming out. They must be loving the fireworks, or they're like traumatized by the noise. He posted for that, but like All right. Yeah, I thought maybe I'd finish this by midnight, but I don't think I can do that in like 3 minutes. I would love, honestly, of the characters. I think when I was first experiencing Moorcock, I got a wonderful big thick omnibus of the first three Corum stories. I right after I read the first two Elric books, those wafer thin little, like I think were Ace or Daw. I saw this big fat Corum book, the first three books, and I read it, and oh my god, Corum was it for me. I loved the six-fingered hand. I loved the jeweled eye. Um, I loved the fact that humanity was like essentially an abomination on the planet he was living on. I thought that was just such a brilliant take on things, and how he dealt with like gods and divinities and all that Celtic mythology. Jerry Cornelius, I like, but I gotta say, my hierarchy of Moorcock characters are Corum, Elric, Jerry Cornelius, and oh my god, oh god, I'm blanking on his name. The other Eternal Warrior, Hawkman. Yeah, yeah, Hawkman. Uh, Dancer in the Time. I gotta reread that. It's been so long since I read that. All right, 1 minute left. Oh my god, I'm gonna put my phone up and I'm gonna cheer you all a happy new year. Hmm. What if I can just pull up? Where's my clock here? Here's my clock thing. Here we go. And world clock. Okay. All right. Oh my God. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for spending some time with me tonight. I really enjoyed the company as I was working on this piece. And yeah, I think 2023, despite all the horrors in the world around us, was a good year for me. I've connected with so many more people online, and in a way that really feels like it enriches me as an artist and a person. Loving you all is an understatement. Everyone who supports me and puts up with my weird digressions and talking about whatever, is you're cherished. I want all of you to have the way I've been wishing it for the last several years is I want you to receive everything you need in 2024 and most of what you desire. And the reason I phrase it like that is because desire, which is what pushes us forward. So getting most of it keeps you being fully satisfied. So you're going to keep pushing yourself into the next year. So yes, I hope all of you get everything you need and most of what you desire in 2024. And yeah, and I'm gonna log off shortly because my son's probably gonna call me in a minute. And so I'll finish this tomorrow, and as soon as it's color, I'll be posting all over social media. Sylv asked me to pull the camera back and show the whole thing. I think this is about as good as I can do without turning it sideways. I think it's about 90% done. And yeah, so next week I'll probably be back working on Conan. A lot of people seem to want me to work on every week. So next week, Conan. I want you all to have a great week. I hope the rest of your New Year's Eve celebrations are wonderful and joyous. And I will see you in 6 days, 7 days. Well, I'll see you next Sunday. Have a good night, people.